You're doing the intro, inshallah.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It's wonderful to have you all here tomorrow. Yes, I know I don't look like Brother Mansoor, but that's because Brother Mansoor is actually away traveling this week. But so you have myself and Brother Hashim. Assalamu alaikum, Brother Hashim. How are you?
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I'm doing good. Alhamdulillah. Good to see you again.
Yes, I enjoyed some of your discussions down at Speaker's Corner, and we won't speak. We may speak about them later, but not right now. And of course, our guest today, Arjuna. Welcome to DawahWise.
Yeah, thank you. Great to be here.
Likewise, great to have you. So, what we'll do today, everyone, is this is part 7 of our series on demystifying Hinduism, and in this week's stream, we're actually going to look at one of the sub-streams of Hinduism known as the Hare Krishna movement. And Arjuna is joining us, who actually represents that particular part of Hinduism. And we'll sort of have a sit down, have a discussion with him as to what it means, why he believes it, of clearly how he arrived at believing this. Arjuna runs a YouTube channel called Theology Unleashed. The link is below if you want to go have a look, check out his channel. Just to sort of set the scene, let me sort of explain a little bit sort of what I would call the intro to the Hare Krishna, and then we'll go into the discussion. So the Hare Krishna movement, which is registered as the International Society for Krishna Consciousness, Isckon, is the most visible face of the Eastern religions that have come to the West, and mostly in the 60s and 70s. And actually, it did a significant amount of what I would call marketing and representation of Hinduism into the Western psyche. And a lot of people really sort of knew Hinduism from the saffron-coloured priests and monks that would go, and the devotees that would go, basically, I would say, shouting quite loudly Hare Krishna and the mantra. So the Hare Krishna movement is a branch of what is traditionally known as Caitanya Vaishnavism, and it was a movement that was inaugurated by Caitanya Mahaprabhu in the 16th century in East India. He established a religious system featuring the chanting, obviously, of Krishna's names, dancing in public places, and it's still practiced to this day through the lineage of acharyas that have come through his teachings. In Hare Krishna, and we'll get to this, the name Krishna is considered to be God, the absolute supreme, and we'll sort of try and unpack what that means today during the discussion. One of the distinctive features of this belief is also that Chaitanya himself was an incarnation of Krishna, and we'll understand from Arjuna what that means today as well. And in particular, he was incarnated to spread the process of bhakti yoga, which is a devotional practice as part of this school. Now, Arjuna is focused on presenting the philosophical and theological perspective on Caitanya Vaishnava. He hosts debates, produces videos, argues for God's existence, is against religious fanaticism, as he says on his channel, exclusivism, and he covers a whole host of topics. Really very deep and very well-read individual. I mean, I've listened to a number of his discussions, and he does have some, very, very well-read individuals on, as well as being well informed himself. Arjuna actually is located in New Zealand, so good morning to New Zealand, even though it's late evening for us here. He's an electrician by trade, and he says on his channel, it's a job that allows me to listen to lectures and audiobooks all day long. My goodness, what a luxury! So Arjuna, welcome to DawahWise. Let me
start your homework.
Well, we try to be as informed as possible in our discussions. So Arjuna, let me start by asking you some very simple questions around. Can you just tell us where in the world are you, just very quickly again, and are you sort of? Is it the weather? Well, how's the weather over there? Is it sunny? Is it wet?
It's sunny,
I see
yeah.
that same background all the time, so I don't know what's going on there.
Background, yeah. I'm in Auckland, New Zealand, and we're just in the middle of summer at the moment.
Oh, look at you! Yeah, we're sort of just heading out of winter. You know, Brother Hashim is my co-panelist. One of the things. So let me start with, first of all, the obvious question of how did you arrive at Hare Krishna? And because clearly you were. I mean, I don't know. Were you born into it? Were your parents part of it, or did you adopt this as your way of life?
So we were somewhat Christian growing up, and then when I was 11, we started going to church quite a bit. So at the age of 11, I was praying every day, going to an Anglican church. I later found out that was a particular Anglican church that was removing all the substance and trying to please all the liberals. So it wasn't the best presentation of Christianity, and I noticed the lack of substance, and I had philosophical issues with Christianity. I can't remember exactly what they were at the time. And then when I was 21, I moved. I was living in Canada from 8 till 19. So I moved back to New Zealand, and in Auckland, had some friends that started going to a Hare Krishna program called The Loft, and was eating Hare Krishna prasadam quite regularly because someone at the college I was going to was distributing it. And one part of our philosophy.
So you used a word there. Can you explain? Can you explain what that? Yeah, yes. What does that word mean?
Sanctified food. So we offer the food to Krishna, and then it becomes purified. It becomes imbued with a spiritual potency, and so there's that saying: the fastest way to a man's heart is through his stomach. So a big part of our philosophy is that what you eat affects your consciousness. So I was eating their food, and started going to their programs, and as soon as I heard the philosophy, it made sense to me. I had tons of questions starting out, and they were able to answer all my questions. And so here I am 10 years later doing a philosophy of religion.
What sort of questions did you have? I mean, would you sort of maybe just help us understand what sort of questions were you asking yourself?
I mean, so the first talk I went to at the Loft was Dave Ramridaswamy explaining how we think we're going to become happy by finding our soulmate or, some kind of conjugal relationship like that. And we think that can satisfy us. But really, we as living as souls are tiny sparks of the divine. So two little sparks of the divine getting together can't satisfy one another. You need God. God's the wellspring of all potency. He's the original, all attractive one, and he can fully satisfy us. So by having a relationship with God, that's the only way we can become fully satisfied. And I hadn't heard it explained so clearly from Christians before, and that made complete sense to me. And there's lots of other aspects of the philosophy. With regard to my questions for Christianity, I mean, I know now the issues I have with it are like this idea that you're saved based on your commitment to certain propositions. Just seems odd, whereas in Krishna consciousness, it's more an idea of the quality of your consciousness, the quality of your love for God, and you can develop that over multiple lifetimes. And our experiences in this life are meant to guide us towards developing that love, or guide us towards giving up the bad qualities in our hearts, which are preventing us from developing that love.
And you said it answered questions for you, but what would be the key question that you had? Because clearly you were searching for something. What was it you were searching for then, when you thought you had the answer?
I mean, a simple way of putting it would be, I believed in God's existence my entire life. And then, but, I was disappointed with Christianity. They didn't seem to have the answers. Again, I was, in defense of people who are Christians and say there is substance elsewhere. There are versions of Christianity that seem to have more substance than what I'd come in contact with. But I just thought, God exists, and in the past there's been deep knowledge of God held by some traditions, and maybe nobody on the planet currently has one of those traditions going. So I was kind of eclectic and just borrowing pieces from here or there wherever I found a little wisdom. And then when I met the Hare Krishnas, I thought, these guys have the full story. They've got full, comprehensive, revealed knowledge about God. And just when you study it, ask questions about it, that was the experience I had.
So how long have you been... Sorry, Mohammed, I was just going to ask, how long have you been a Hare Krishna follower?
About 10 years now.
Okay. And in terms of your Christian faith, how long were you a Christian?
So I was quite devout from age 11, and then as I went into being like I said, I always believed in God.
Right.
Around 16, I'd say my philosophical questions that which Christianity couldn't answer became a deal breaker.
Okay, cool. So I'm assuming you had friends who were Hindus or acquaintances.
I did know somebody in Canada who was a Hare Krishna, but I knew other people who thought the Hare Krishnas were crazy, and I never actually went to the temple there. I joined in Auckland. I didn't really know many people of different faiths. Most of my friends were atheists growing up.
So had you explored any other faiths then before accepting Hare
Not
Krishna?
really. I mean, I'd probably studied into Buddhism a little bit, but most of the Buddhism you get is atheism. And
Well, sure.
I
Yeah, I mean, that's foundational to, I think, Buddhism.
No,
itself.
there's versions of Mahayana Buddhism.
There is. No, you're right. You're right. Yes.
But if you take somebody who follows one of those traditions and try to tell them that they believe in God, they get really upset.
Yes. Even though they sort of will call out for help and support and guidance and everything. Okay. So in terms of where you are right now, then, what kind of studying was required for you to become Hare Krishna, and what is the process that you went through?
I mean, I'm quite philosophical, so I study things pretty in depth, but your average Hare Krishna, it's mainly lifestyle changes. I mean, you study the philosophy, it's expected that you do a certain amount of reading of the books. We've got a whole library of books. It's not just one book. I don't know how many people read them all. But we probably more than any other mainstream religion have expectations on behavior. So you're supposed to no meat eating, intoxication, illicit sex, or gambling. And giving up gambling was pretty easy. Giving up meat's pretty easy when you're surrounded by Hare Krishnas who are feeding you amazing vegetarian food all the time. And then when you become initiated, you're expected to chant 16 rounds a day, which takes most people 2 hours. That's chanting the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. One round is 108 of those, and you chant that 16 times. So
when you say one round, that's on the beads that you hold, right?
Yeah. There's 108 beads, and you chant.
There's 108 beads. Okay. And you chant 17 times on those beads every day. Sorry?
16 times.
You do 100. There's 108 beads, and you go around the beads 16 times a day.
16, and that's a requirement, is it? Is it a must?
To take initiation, it is, yeah. So you don't get a cool Sanskrit name unless you do that.
Okay.
Oh, I see. Okay. So and how long did you have to do that for? How many months, years, weeks?
I think I was doing it about 6 months before I got initiated. I think that's the minimum too. Okay. There's it's a big organization, so they have rules. But traditionally, there's the tradition started by Sri Chaitanya. There's like you mentioned, Isckon is Hare Krishna, but there's there are Hare Krishnas who aren't Isckon. I should point that out. We don't have a monopoly on the Hare Krishna tradition. We're known as Hare Krishnas because we chant Hare Krishnas in the street, but the internal name would be Gaudiya Vaishnavism, Gaudiya Vaishnavas, or Caitanya Vaishnava when you're talking to academics, because people know who Chaitanya is and they don't know what Gaudiya means.
So what does Isckon stand for?
International Society for Krishna Consciousness.
Okay, so are you Isckon or you're not?
Yeah, I'm a member of Isckon, yeah.
Okay.
So that's Isckon.
Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to know if you said there are Hare Krishnas who are not Isckon, so they belong to another different sect of
It wouldn't be a different sect. So we're followers of Sri Chaitanya, and then, I mean, every time you have a guru, you could call it a branch, but Isckon has stopped branching because it's like we're followers of Srila Prabhupada. This is the most recent Acharya, and we stick strictly to what Prabhupada taught. But it's not that like an Acharya. So Prabhupada has god brothers, and his god brothers also have disciples. So they're not Isckon, but they're the same tradition. And they're following the same things, although there might be slight differences in mood or slight differences in understanding, but they're minor differences, even though people argue about them far more than they should, I would say.
Okay. How old is Isckon, by the way?
About 50 years. So Prabhupada came to the West in 1969. And his movement exploded largely because of the all the hippie stuff going on and all the attraction for India.
So was it mainly in the US? Where was this?
He started in the US, and then he went to then he sent some disciples to Britain, and it was pretty big. George Harrison started promoting it.
Okay.
Yeah, the Beatles. Yeah, Beatles were heavily
yes.
influenced actually back in the day. That was really. So let's sort of rewind a little bit. So let's sort of get this out of the way. So I know you said you have clearly a different kind of understanding to Rami that we had on previously. For our audience, could you just explain again what the differences are and why you disagreed? Because this is one of the reasons we have you on, because you disagreed quite vehemently with some of the things he said.
Yeah. So the first disagreement I want to point out is he was talking about Hinduism as if it's one homogenous mass, like, I mean, with Christianity, you do get varieties of belief, but there's a lot of things Christians have in common and a common identity. And, the same would be true of Islam. Nobody's going to object to saying this is the Muslim religion, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, Islam is Islam. Yes, yes, Islam is Islam.
Whereas
I think
Hinduism,
we are not a monolith either. So there are obviously is.
Well, there's something common to all Muslims. You'd think to say.
Well, the Quran. I mean, yes. So the Quran is common to all Muslims. Nobody disagrees on that, for sure. But we do obviously have a sect, a splinter, a Shia, who is a smaller minority, and then there are some who claim to be Muslim, but are not. I mean, so for example, there's some strange sects that are outside of Islam, but they still claim that they follow Islam. Exactly. So we have strange, sort of individuals as well within our religion, but the majority, the Sunni Islam, which is the majority, approximately 1.8 billion. If anybody says they're Muslim under that umbrella, then we have no disagreements with them, pretty much. I mean, there may be minor issue in terms of legal things, legal rulings on how to do certain things, but on the fundamentals of what we call Aqidah or the theology, there is no differences.
Whereas the word Hinduism is the bit of history of the word. It's a geographical designation. So can't remember the exact details, but it was used to refer to the people that lived on the other side of the Sindhu River by maybe the Persians.
Yes.
And then they couldn't pronounce the word Sindhu, so it became, I can't remember, that dropped to one thing, and then it got to the Greeks, and the Greeks couldn't pronounce another letter, so it just became Hindu. And the term was never used internally. Eventually, they started using it. Okay, when we're talking to these people, they call us Hindus, so we'll just go with it. We'll call ourselves Hindus. And then, partly with the British, it became a designation. We are Hindus. But traditionally, you don't find it anywhere in the Sanskrit literature, and you don't find a synonym for it. There's no synonym that, people might want to say Sanatan Dharma means Hindu, but Sanatan Dharma, literally translated, just means eternal religious principles. So if you're a universalist, you might want to say that a Muslim who's really got the essence of Islam is following a kind of Sanatan Dharma. Or you might want to use the word to say Sanatan Dharma means whatever is true and the highest. So if you want to say we're Sanatan Dharmis, all you're saying is my religion's better than yours and truer than yours. And that's an internal debate to be had. Whereas it's not like we're Hindus. And like Pandit Rami was saying, this is what Hindus believe. This is what Hinduism teaches. Whereas traditionally in India, you had different sects who had different beliefs and they would give different emphasis to, so the Sanskrit literature is vast, and there'd be different books that different traditions would focus on. So, in hermeneutics, you say something in this text, we can't contradict that. If something in another text contradicts it, then we interpret it in such a way that we make it fit with the primary text. So then there's Vedanta schools. So most of the Hindus these days are what's called Vedantists. So the Vedantists, they accept core books like the Vedanta Sutra and Bhagwad Gita and a few others. I'm not a scholar on all this. There's a lot of internal stuff. I mostly just do philosophy of religion. So the Hare Krishna tradition is a Vedanta tradition. And in the Vedanta tradition, you get Adi Shankaracharya, who taught impersonalism. It's basically just covered Buddhism. And then you get the Sri Sampradaya with Sri Ramanujacharya, which is a Vaishnava sect. They worship Vishnu. We also worship Vishnu. We just think Krishna is supreme, that original supreme form, the greatest form of Vishnu is Krishna, and they think that Vishnu is the original form, and that's an eternal debate. But we both see each other as worshipping the same person. It's just we think that one aspect of God's personality is the original highest, and the other one. So, probably giving more information than I need to. But yeah, Hinduism in India, you didn't have religious persecution. So, like the Buddhists came along, and Buddhism became huge. It basically chucked out the Vedas, and like for a while, India was Buddhist. And there was no bloodshed over that. And then Adi Shankaracharya came along, and he drove Buddhism out of India with no bloodshed. It was all debate. It was all just, philosophers, thoughtful people debating back and forth and convincing one another. Buddhism was driven out of India by Adi Shankaracharya. But what he taught, so the understanding we have in the Hare Krishna tradition of why these different sects exist is that the people at the time when Buddha came were following the Vedas, but not following it properly. I'm probably not directly addressing your question, but I guess this is
well actually no, you are. But let me sort of take it in chunks. I think that might be easier for the audience as well. So if we so my understanding is that all of Hinduism at its very, very core has, at least from the Vedantic teachings, has the image of the primordial giant who was sacrificed to become the world, and all the beings in it was refracted in a number of ways from that form. And from what I understand is at one end of that spectrum of the forms that came out was you had various sort of monistic beliefs represented by the various non-dualistic forms of Vedanta, in which all living beings are seen as digits of the one supreme, impersonal being Brahman. And then therefore any sense of distinction among them is essentially ignorance. You don't know what you're talking about if you think they're different. On the other extreme, you have the monotheistic forms of Vedanta from what I've seen, which are where everything is seen as which is I think what you were talking about, which is the tiny separate offshoots of that supreme being. In this case, for example, Vishnu, similar in power, but similar in sort of nature, but not in power. As you said, like tiny sparks. And that fire, or those sparks, are capable of unlimited reduplication, essentially. So this deity is capable of expanding into unlimited forms as it exists. And from what somewhere in the middle there is I think, if I remember, you have this idea of Kashmiri Shaivism, which attributes an identity or personality to the deity, like Shiva, and we have sort of the Shiva sort of rituals that go on. And what they understand from what I remember is that the living beings are projections or instances of that deity. So I think and again, this is where I think some of the misnomer comes in, where people think it's lots of gods, when in fact the belief says it's actually the avatar is actually the god. It's not another god. It is the god. It's just in a form that you can witness here in this existence, as it were. Would that be a fair summary of sort of? So all of this goes back to this common sort of basis, as I understand, and then from this, Hare Krishna, the Hare Krishna movement, used that base to then develop another set of teachings.
So yeah, I was kind of going off on like the theological explanation we give on why these other beliefs exist within Hinduism, but I should probably just skip that and explain what the differences are. So you do get people who worship Shiva and think Shiva is the supreme personality of Godhead. Mm-hmm. The same way we should worship Krishna and think Krishna is the supreme personality of Godhead. But traditionally, through the Indian traditions, Vaishnavism, worshippers of Vishnu, was always the leading thread. Like you don't get any, like we have Ramayan, Lord Ram is a form of Vishnu, and Bhagavad Gita, Mahabharat. That these are the biggest epics, biggest books, like all through India. Everyone knows these books, and all through Indian histories, these books have been extremely prominent. You don't get anything like that for Shiva. There's no Shiva Gita. There's no Shiva Ramayan story. So Vaishnavism was always the prominent sect, but at times different beliefs have been more prominent. So when Adi Shankaracharya was there, then the Advaitavad philosophy, which means the doctrine of non-dualism was prominent. So Adi Shankaracharya, there's statements in the somewhere in the Puranas, I think, I can't remember exactly where, Lord Shiva is explaining to his wife that I will come in the age of Kali Yuga to give a twisted meaning of the Vedas and confuse people. And we give a theological reason why he did that. There's a purpose for it. But these statements are there. Of course, the followers of Adi Shankaracharya, of this Advaitavad philosophy, they just say they're interpolated or ignore those statements in the scripture. So we understand that Shiva came as Adi Shankaracharya to give this teachings in order to reintroduce the Vedas after Buddha had driven it out. And Buddha drove it out because people were following the Vedas but not following it properly. They were using it to like the sacrifice involves putting animals through a fire. It comes out with a new body, but they weren't doing it properly, and they were just killing the animal, and violence was being done. So Buddha came and said, forget about that, just non-violence. But Adi Shankaracharya came and said, we're going to add back in the Vedas. So there's this term, the closest thing you might have to a word of Hinduism to refer to all of it is actually a negative term to refer to. The term is Nastika, which refers to someone who rejects the authority of the Vedas. Mm-hmm. So maybe one thing you could say Hindus all have in common is they all accept the authority of the Vedas. But other than that, people were debating amongst themselves. They didn't call themselves Hindus or any synonym for that. They called themselves whatever their particular belief was, or their most recent Acharya. They might name themselves after them.
So let's go back then. So is it necessary then? Let me take a step all the way back. For you to base your belief on the Vedas, are there not some fundamental questions that you should ask yourself? If this really is, and again, this may go to your worldview as well now a little bit. So if you're going to base your entire existence and potentially your entire future existence, or in whichever realm you believe you're going to go to, we believe there's an afterlife, of course. We only have one life. We believe there's an afterlife, and I can get to a quick sort of Islamic overview later if you want. So we believe there is this life. You have a fixed amount of time in this existence, and you're given access, knowledge, intellect, awareness to be able to search for the truth. The truth is manifestly obvious. It's been revealed through various prophets, the last prophet being Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And you have all the abilities to find this, and if you don't, then you've essentially diverted away the opportunity, and you'll be answerable for this in the afterlife. So this is our sort of theodicy and understanding. How does it work for you? So so there's some fundamental questions we ask. So when we look at anything, the first question we ask is, how do I know this is true? How do I know this is revealed? And how do I know that this is actually from the divine origin that it says it's from? How do you answer those questions?
So there's a few ways. One is the Sanskrit literature, Bhagavad Gita, Bhagavatam, especially Bhagavatam. So Sanskrit is the most advanced language. It's obviously you're going to disagree, but
I agree. I agree. Sanskrit actually is a very, very advanced language. So is Arabic, but actually I think the spectrum, the linguistic understanding on Sanskrit is actually much wider as well and much broader. So this is actually academically proven. So there's no argument here. Right. I'm not being sort of friendly because I want to be friendly. No, academically, Sanskrit is known to be a very, very powerful language. So there's no argument there.
And then of the Sanskrit literature, Bhagavatam is some of the highest. The composition of the Sanskrit poetry, there's a meter you have to follow, and so the length of each syllables is determined. And so basically, trying to write poetry in this kind of meter is next to impossible unless you're a super intellect. And then the top of that, it's written in a poetic way. It's not just fitting the meter; it's also extremely beautiful Sanskrit.
But has it been done? Has it been attempted? Has anybody tried to reproduce it?
I'm not a scholar on all this. I've listened to someone who is a scholar explain, their discussions they've had with Sanskrit scholars. They've glorified this nature of the Sanskrit in the Bhagavatam It's not the kind of like Bhagavad Gita is conversational Sanskrit. Krishna and Arjuna are having a conversation. They're speaking conversational Sanskrit. Bhagavatam is extremely poetic Sanskrit.
So okay, so again,
and
I
then,
asked the
and then
question.
the meaning in there is also I study Bhagavatam, and I feel that this is explaining reality. This makes complete sense. And also, when you apply the teachings in your lives, you get a transformational effect on your consciousness, and you can also observe this transformation in the lives of people who've applied the teaching. So you can find Hare Krishna gurus, Vaishnava gurus who followed this tradition, and you can see that they're spiritually advanced.
Look, okay, so I hear you, but you know, we speak to Christians who say exactly the same thing, right? I read the Bible; it transformed my life. That's why I believe in Christ, right? So, and I don't find that adequate. Actually, we don't. I mean, we from our tradition, we don't find that adequate. I mean, that's I need more than that, because
So
if I do this, if I accept that, then the contenders are. I mean, there's an arm's length of contenders of religions that you would have to go for. So what else is there? Why is what you follow true? Why is what you follow true?
To address that objection, I don't have any problem with other Christians having a similar experience by following Christianity. Srila Prabhupada, the founder of the Hare Krishna movement in the West, he explained that you can measure religion. You can tell if a religion's any good by how successful it is at developing love of God in people. So if Islam is developing love of God in people, it's doing the job. If Christianity is developing love of God in people, it's doing the job. So if we could measure it objectively and say, you know, of the people who apply the teachings of this tradition, a higher rate of them develop love of God. And love of God is something you can measure too, because they lose attachment for the material world. So anyone who's keeping up with the Joneses, you know, I've got small children, and one of them gets on the trike, and then the other one wants to get on the trike straight away because they, you know, whatever the other one's doing, they become jealous. You know, someone who's spiritually advanced doesn't have that kind of jealousy. That they're not wanting the latest iPhone all the time. They're satisfied within through their connection with God. So it is something you can objectively measure. But we have an inclusivist understanding that God has made his mercy available through other traditions. He started these other traditions. He sent prophets all over the world. We just add to that he sent different calibers of teachings to different parts of the world, and different calibers of people have taken it up, which means in some cases the teachings have been a game of Chinese whispers, and it's not really the same message anymore. Or in some cases it was just, you know, like a mathematician explaining principles of mathematics to kindergarteners is only going to communicate so much. And if those kindergartens go to start a tradition, they're only going to be teaching the ABCs of math. Whereas you teach university students mathematics, that same professor can teach a far higher caliber of teachings.
Okay, interesting. You know, earlier when Pandit Rami came on the stream, he was stating that, like Krishna, you know, even Vishnu and all these gods, they are basically just metaphors. They aren't real. Do you, as a Hare Krishna, believe that Krishna really existed as a person?
Yeah, Krishna is both a historical personality and the supreme personality of Godhead. And
Right.
when he's that's a common view. A lot of Hindus hold that view, but it's not what's stated in the scripture.
So what is stated, that he really existed?
Yeah, I mean, like the Mahabharat is a category of Sanskrit literature which is called itihasa. Itihasa means history.
Right. So
The
Mahabharata is about
history.
it was about a war between two families or cousins, if I remember correctly.
It's actually an extremely long epic, and it starts
Yeah.
way before that war, but it culminates in that war. And yeah, so it culminates in that war. And Bhagavad Gita is contained in the Mahabharata, and Bhagavad Gita is Krishna speaking to Arjuna the spiritual knowledge.
Right. So this war, was it, because earlier you said that there was no war before Buddhism came or something like that.
So, I mean, I'm talking about like the more recent history of India that scholars could look into. So that there weren't even the Mahabharata. So what I said was there was no religious war. There was no persecuting people over beliefs. So the Battle of Kurukshetra, it wasn't Hare Krishna devotees fighting with Shivite devotees or Advaitavadis saying, you believe the wrong thing, therefore we're going to kill you. It was a political war that the Pandavas were the rightful heir to the throne, and usurped by the Kauravas, by Dhritarashtra and Duryodhan. Duryodhan was set to be king, even though it was supposed to be the name's slipping my mind. And so the war was over that, and it wasn't just like I want to be king because I'm supposed to be king. The Kauravas weren't actually running the kingdom well. People were suffering under their rulership. They were terrible. They were selfish people, not running the kingdom well, and they were committing great atrocities in order to maintain their rule. They attempted to kill the Pandavas multiple times. They cheated in a gambling match.
Okay,
so much.
So the Pandavas were the
to become king, and when Yudhishthira became king, the world became peaceful. He looked after people well. He protected people from rogues and thieves and irreligion.
So Arjuna belonged to the Pandavas side?
Yeah, Arjuna was one of the 5 Pandavas.
Okay, and the Kauravas were the bad guys, right, in this war?
Yeah.
Okay, so was it not the dharma or the religious duty of Arjuna to protect these oppressed people?
Yeah. As his dharma.
I would say it wasn't political. It was more from a religious perspective. It was his duty, and a dharma is his religious duty. And Krishna actually encourages in Bhagwad Gita to Arjuna, when Arjuna says something of the nature that I don't want to kill my teacher or my family or my cousins. So Krishna encourages Arjuna to, this is your religious duty, and you're a Kshatriya. That means you're a warrior. You have to fight this. This is your religious duty. So I think there's a huge element of religion in this, from what I understand, based on the little knowledge I have.
You're bringing up a few points. I don't know if I'll be able to address them all. But the main point which you were driving home, which you brought that up for, I'll respond to. So no, it was, if you want to say by religious, somebody doing their duty. So you know,
his dharma. That was his dharma. That's what Krishna said specifically.
Yeah. But everyone has a dharma, whether or not you believe in Krishna consciousness. So you know, if somebody comes, like if someone comes and tries to steal my children, you know, I have a duty to do whatever I need to prevent my children from being taken away by this evil person. So if I have to get out a gun or a sword and do serious harm or kill this person, that's my religious duty to protect my children. So similarly, Arjuna, to protect the citizens from bad leadership.
Okay. I mean, what I'm trying to...
I mean, if you want to call that religious, if you want to say...
Yeah, the point I'm trying to drive here is that
someone trying to take my children away.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You have the absolute right to protect yourself and your family if anybody wants to harm you. We do not deny that. You see, in Islam, also we have this right of, if you have the ability and you see somebody being oppressed, then it is your duty to actually, regardless of whether the other person is Muslim or non-Muslim, you have to stop the oppression, because oppression is something which we do not consider to be something that should be tolerated. Specifically, if you can actually, you can stop it physically, and if you can't do that, then at least do it verbally. And the least you can do is at least feel bad in your heart, which is the lowest of the part of Iman, which we call our belief or our dharma, if you want to call it. Now, there was another war also. If you look at the history of India, you know, the time of Ashoka the Great. This was, I believe, 628 BC up to 632 when he ruled. A huge portion of modern day India, stretching all the way from Bengal to even Afghanistan, you know. I think except for the southern part, which is, I think, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, and Kerala, the entire of the, which we call the Greater India, was ruled by Ashoka. And there was a lot of, blood being spilled. I believe from the history, something like 100,000 people were killed during the Kalinga War. And after Ashoka saw all this bloodshed, he actually adopted Buddhism later on. So I think there was a lot of bloodshed going on from even before Christ in India. And look, again, we can all say that this could be political wars, but then they had certain principle which they have to hold on to. Like, for example, the Dharma in the case of Arjuna in the story of in Bhagwad Gita and in the Mahabharata as well, I think.
I mean, if we can't just call any war a religious war. By religious war, I mean a fight that is for ideological purposes, like when the Protestant Reformation happened and the Christians were killing each other because they had a theological disagreement. That's what I mean by a religious war.
Right.
So to the Mughal invasion, you didn't have any wars where people were killing each other because of doctrinal beliefs.
I think if you look at the Mughal wars, if you have read the history, many of these are actually political wars. They came not just to spread Islam. I mean, obviously there was that element, but there was a lot of political element. Most of the wars that happened at that time were also politically driven and other aspects, other factors. But what I'm saying is this, so these wars which we are talking about, which are enshrined in your scriptures, like the Mahabharata, like Arjuna and Krishna, when they talk to each other, I think it's, I believe the Gita is not a political book, is it? It's a religious book, and which talks about these aspects about war and how you should actually conduct yourself. Even as a warrior, you should even kill your own cousins if they are wrong.
Yeah, I mean, it is interesting that the Bhagavad Gita is a really extreme situation. I think extreme situations are good ways to drive a message home.
Right. So you think these are exaggerations, or these are real episodes that actually transpired?
I think that actually happened.
Okay.
And we can learn a lot from it at the same time. So you do get many Hindus who will say it's all allegory and it's all just... It was actually funny because Pandit Rami kept saying it's mythology, and one of you guys were like, so you're saying it's true? It's like, no, that's not. No, it's mythology. It's not that it's not true. It's like, but really, if you break down what he was saying by mythology, he meant that it's metaphorically true, but not literally true. So he thinks it's not true, but that it's didactic, that we can learn something from it.
Fair enough. Okay. Then I think the question which is important, which we ask at this point, is what is your concept of God? I mean, are you a dualist or are you a non-dualist?
Right. Yes. Yeah, so this relates to the other Muhammad's question earlier about beliefs. That is Dvaita, Advaita, Vashishtadvaita, and Achintya Beta Beta Tattva. Now I've confused everyone with a load of Sanskrit. So, Dvaita is dualism.
In English now.
Dualism. So, and the history. So that you progress, which was taught by Adi Shankaracharya. Prior to that, you go back and you would have had Vaishnavism, which is a bit different. But we'll start with Adi Shankaracharya with Advaita, which is non-dualism. It's kind of like Buddhism. He taught that the ultimate reality is undifferentiated, that it's devoid of all qualities, which means you can't even say, like if you want to say it's a warm, fuzzy effulgence, you've just described it. The bliss of entering into the Brahman, of becoming spiritually realized, where you remember that with the Brahman, is described as kind of like the bliss of going to sleep. But even is giving a quality to it. It was described as having no qualities. And there's whole debates that went on. So then Ramanujacharya came along and taught Vaishishtadvaita, qualified non-dualism. So we're one with God and we're different from God. And there's a certain way that's different from Achintya Beta Beta Tattva, which I've forgotten what that is. So I can't get super into it just now. Madhvacharya came along and taught dualism. The jiva is completely different from God. There's us, the jiva, so this would be more like the position. So us, the jiva means us living entities, and we're completely different from God. But we can have a relationship with God, and we can, go to. So
you yourself, are you a non-dualist then?
No, he's a dualist. According
we
to
are a Achintya Beta Beta Tattva, which is inconceivable, simultaneous oneness and difference.
Okay, is that similar to panentheism? Panentheism, not pantheism. Panentheism.
I hosted a few discussions with Ryan Mullins and Kenneth Valpy, a Hare Krishna scholar. Ryan Mullins, you guys may know, he's a Christian scholar, on the Hare Krishna conception of God. And so it's definitely panentheism, although Ryan Mullins isn't really sure what panentheism means, because basically we're just saying God is found in his creation, and that seems to be something that all theists ascribe to. But what the difference with panentheism?
Arjuna, you're breaking up.
There's a bit of lag as well.
I think your connection issue there. Maybe a loose wire somewhere.
It's an issue with my local internet on my computer being clogged up. and I don't
Okay.
not sure quite why it's happening. Is it better now?
Well, that's okay. You're fine now. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
Always.
So I've got a diagram here just to help us understand the three different aspects of this dualism and non-dualism.
Yeah, so
So-
it's definitely panentheism. And
Yeah.
the only thing, like after discussing with Ryan Mullins, it seems to be the only thing that panentheism hold that's different from theism is because, you know, all Christians, and perhaps I'm not familiar with Islam, so you can speak for that is that, you know, all Christians think that God is present in the world, that God works through his creation. So panentheism seems to be saying that when it says God is one with the world, but from the world. It seems to be this. Sorry,
yeah. So Muslims do not consider like God to be in his creation.
But
God is distinct. God is distinct from his creation. So before any creation, God existed. After the creation, God existed without any, any confusion into our understanding of the distinction between God and his creation. They have always been distinct and always are going to be distinct. In pantheism, which is like everything is God, you know, God is in everything. Whereas in panentheism, you have God, and within God is the universe. So God kind of encapsulates, or it's the whole of the universe is within God, if that makes sense. So we don't have this distinction between God and creation in pantheism and panentheism, whereas in theism, which is the duality which I showed you, so God is distinct from the universe or the creation, if that makes sense. Yeah.
I mean, this is a couple of points that maybe you agree or disagree, but if you remember in the discussion, Pandit Rami was saying that Hinduism had a different conception of time. So you have this idea of circular time, and you also have this idea of I mean, again, this may just be his view on the I don't know what was the Advaita Vedanta view, which you don't hold to, which is that God is actually in everything and of everything, and the spark of God is actually really all that really exists, which means it's sort of. He said it. He said we're essentially just a dream of God, right? If you remember, that's what Rami was saying. Now you don't agree with that, of course, right?
No, he was this monist view that everything is all the same and everything's all one and we're all God. And you guys were doing a really good job of pointing out how that's incoherent, because, like, there was actually I was kind of alluding to it off here, but there was a case where Hare Krishna, you know, like we go out on the street and distribute books quite a lot. Hare Krishna was speaking to someone, saying we're all one, and he said, "Okay, if we're all one, then why don't you give me your wallet? You know, my pocket, your pocket is the same pocket. We're all one." The dude actually gave him his wallet.
Wow.
Wow.
He came back later on and got his wallet back.
Okay, well, you know, I mean, that's the thing. I mean, the logical entailment of that view means that this is actually a true statement. You would have to follow through on it logically, but this is where we would say the incoherence is if you follow something that logically entails this kind of illogical outcome, then I think it isn't. You know, don't get angry with me for pointing it out. You need to go back home and actually think about what it is you believe. And you know, don't just sort of think, well, you know, I mean, don't use the mystery card. You know, it's too big for me to understand. It's mysterious, because then it means that you're actually saying only an exclusive group of individuals have the ability to really understand this, right? And I can't, so I've got to trust those above me who are more enlightened. And we would say from our understanding, this is God's being unjust, and God is not unjust. God is just in everything he does. Everything. If he asks you to do something, then you, as a farm labourer in the field with no education, must have the same opportunity to arrive at this truth as somebody who has PhDs at a university. Otherwise, it's unjust. And to us, I think anything that creates this separation of, well, I just happen to have more knowledge than you, or I just happen to have more enlightenment than you, therefore I can, you know, be better than you. to us really sounds like it's man-made, not God-made.
Sorry, I forgot. Oh yeah, so so someone can say it's inconceivable, and there is an aspect. Anyone's going to say any theology.
Arjuna, you're breaking up. I'm really sorry.
Sorry, I just want to bring Brother Yusuf Ponders in until Jake
if
comes.
you could just check your sound, and
Yes.
we'll bring Brother Yusuf in. Assalamu alaikum, Brother Yusuf. How are you?
Wa alaikum salam.
You look good to see you. My goodness, you look like you sort of.
He's warm and cozy.
He's just come out of the shower or something by the looks of it.
No, I've got my blankies on.
You got your blanket on. Oh, fair enough.
We were expecting Jake, but I think Jake is on another stream and he's running a bit late. So I thought.
No, thank you for joining. Yeah, no, this is a surprise.
Is that okay with you, Arjuna? If Yusuf asks you a few questions.
Is that better now? Can you hear me fine?
We can't hear you at all now.
Your volume is almost gone.
Yeah.
I did notice that he used the same thing I say when people say that we're all one. I always say, "Can I have your wallet?"
Absolutely, yeah.
You don't really think.
How many wallets did you get, Yusuf?
Yeah. Absolutely zero.
Well, in that case, there should only be one bank balance.
Yeah.
I don't say give me your wallet. I say give me my wallet. I want my phone back. I've got my phone in your pocket.
Absolutely.
Is that better now? Can you hear me? Right?
Oh, yes. There we go. That's good. Yeah, that's good. Okay. Yeah. So let me sort of tee up the question again. So
Jake
what we're getting to? Oh, Jake as well. Wonderful. Yeah. So wow.
That's right. Yeah. I remember what I was saying. Shall I carry on with that?
Yes.
Welcome, Jake. How are you doing?
Assalamu alaikum, Jake. How are you?
Welcome, bro.
Assalamu alaikum.
How you doing?
I'm a bit upset that you've been bad mouthing us Brits the second you get back home.
I mean, what can I say, man? You guys are soft over there.
Don't worry, he's going to come back. I heard.
So for Arjuna, Jake just spent a couple of weeks over in the UK, and he met the brothers. So they're just sort of having a little banter around that. Jake, so Arjuna, so get back on point again.
So people can invoke inconceivability, and everyone has to do it. Any worldview, eventually you've got to have something that's inconceivable. It's just a question of where's the right place to put it. So, but inconceivability can be abused. Actually, Jake will know that well when Christians want to say something about, like, say that Jesus is something about Jesus's ontology. It's a true contradiction. It's like, okay, well then we just can't have a reasoned discussion if you just want to, like, straight away say it's completely contradicted by logic and it's true, get over it. It's like, well, you can't have a debate at that point, right?
Okay. So to get back to the question I was asking, which is how do you know what you believe is true? What is truth?
You can't hear
me, but I can't
hear
you.
Me? Arjuna, can you hear me? Hello.
Let me change my output device.
I mean, look at Yusuf, man. You're wrapped in a blanket, bro. Don't you see that outside of my house?
I'm just going to remove you and add you back. Just hopefully it'll fix
it. Watch your mouth, Jake, because Hashim will remove you. Oh, wait.
Unbelievable, dude. You would think this guy is like, he looks like he's in an Eskimo hut or something.
He does, doesn't he? I mean, all he needs is a couple of skis.
Exactly.
And a helmet and a mask, and you're off,
too.
Can a man not sit in his gaff
yet? Just say something so we can know this.
Arjuna, can we hear you? Can you hear us?
Yeah, apparently we can see and hear him, but he can't hear us at all.
Yeah. Hello? Arjuna, can you hear us? We can't hear you.
Now we can't even hear him.
No, we can't hear you.
I'll tell you what,
sorry,
why didn't you...
Okay, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, here we go. Oh,
you just touch it and it mutes.
Yeah. Okay, so let's go back to the beginning again, because I don't think I got an answer for this, and I'm gonna pin you on this because I really want an answer. So, I mean, okay, so let me summarize for everybody. What you've told us so far, at least in your worldview, appears to have a level of coherence. Great, but what I'm asking is, how do you know what you believe is true? What's the foundational basis on which you say, I can believe this because it's from a divine origin, it's been preserved, and it's something that I can hang my eternal existence on, and therefore that's why I follow it. And how do you know it's not just stories that people have made up?
So one explanation for that, like I mentioned, how when you apply the teachings, you get transformations in consciousness. You gave an objection I was able to resolve, which is that people in other religions can get similar results. I argue that we have a more comprehensive revelation, and that's displayed by the comprehensiveness of the teaching. So Bhagavatam is a really long book. Chaitanya Charitamrita is a long book, but it's not just the links of the book, it's the content of the book. So there's descriptions of how to transform your consciousness. There's descriptions of what God does in his spare time, of how God is great, the details of his opulence and beauty and splendor. So it's so
okay, where did they come from? Look, okay, let me be critical here. So I'm not being argumentative. I'm being critical. So, you find a book. It's 5,000 years old. It has nice things written in it. Great. How do you know it's from the divine? How do you test it? How do you test it for whether it's actually from the divine or not?
So, well, one thing is you apply the teachings and you see if the teachings gives the result that's promised. You see if the result.
That's presuming. I mean, that's begging the question. That's sort of saying, well, I'm going to presume it's divine. Let's see if it works. But you need, but then you're sort of almost you're guessing that it's divine. How do you prove that it's divine before you can? I mean, because otherwise it's like saying, I get this from the Christians quite regularly, which is, oh, you won't believe the Bible because you don't have the Holy Spirit. Well, until you get the Holy Spirit, you won't really understand what the Bible's about. Well, then I'm in a catch-22 situation, which means I won't understand it because I want to have a third-party, independent assessment that what I'm looking at is true before I completely accept this and give up my entire life and existence to believing this to be true.
I mean, like if I tell you here's a manual how to build a car, and you go and follow it, and you're able to successfully build a car, that's not begging the question. You have a palpable result. You've successfully built a car.
But then I have an intelligent being who I can confirm and that I trust. He's telling me follow this manual. So you see, there is an intelligent agent here, which is you. You hand me the manual. I have some inbuilt acceptance that I can trust you, and therefore I take the manual from you and follow it. So that intelligent agent, that's what I'm asking for, is how do you know what you have came from an intelligent agent? How do you validate that?
I mean, the greatest literature in the Sanskrit language, written using the greatest language on the planet, you're thinking maybe that could have not come from an intelligent agent? I don't understand.
That would apply to all.
Yeah, the claim is every religion, everybody we speak to says my book is from the divine. We say, okay, how do you know? I mean, you can make the claim.
I think lots of those books are from the divine. It's just they're giving different calibers of teachings aimed at different calibers of people. I just think Bhagavatam is higher, and one of the reasons I think it's higher is because it gives more comprehensive teachings. We have in Bhagavatam information about what God does. You don't have Christianity. God is great. There's not a lot of information. We've got descriptions of what God does with his free time.
Well, okay. Let me sort of ask the question again. If you look at it from our perspective momentarily, the Vedas and a whole set of teachings that sort of belong in that particular tradition, those sort of corpus of Vedic texts, the four Vedas, the Brahmanas, the Aryankas, the Upanishads, and so on and so forth. All of them claim to have some kind of divine origin. But and again, we asked the question last time Rami was on. We said, okay, what is the divine origin? And he basically said, rishis contemplated, and they arrived at this truth from within themselves. I mean, is that what you hold to as well?
I mean, some of the books were written by rishis, but the knowledge was revealed to them, similar to how it was revealed in some of the Abrahamic traditions to different personalities, and they wrote it down. The Vedas proper have existed eternally, and they never cease. Sometimes they're manifest and sometimes they're unmanifested, but they always existed. And we just have access to them. The Bhagavatam will have different iterations every cycle because it includes history. But this is revealed knowledge coming from God.
So maybe I'll hand off to either Yusuf or Jake here. I really want to get to the bottom
of might be helpful to ask how you answer this question.
Oh yeah, of course we can do, and we'll get to that. We will answer it, because we have evidences and we'll explain how we do it. But I want to really ask a deeper question: is how is it within your tradition, or maybe it's something that is specific to you? What is your idea of what is truth? I mean, do you base it on, for example, foundationalism, or what is the model of truth that you follow? And really, I'd like sort of Jake or Yusuf to come into here.
I'm a foundationalist.
And are you a perennialist? I've heard somewhere else as well, in terms of your worldview.
Yeah.
Okay. So just for the audience, can you explain to them what foundationalism means? Why do you?
So foundationalism and epistemology means the idea that you have epistemic starting points, that some things are self-evident, and by knowing that these first things are true, we get epistemic foundations, and working from those foundations, we can use processes of inference and reason and so on to arrive at a worldview.
Okay, so let's apply that to the Vedas then. How would you go about doing this?
So there's a statement from Sri Chaitanya that the Vedic texts are self-evident, and the Sanskrit is swata pramana, and we can wonder what he meant by that. So one idea is that it means when you're in the right headspace, when your consciousness is clean and pure, and you study the text, the meaning and the truth of it becomes revealed to you.
Okay, so he said you're Swata
pramana. I don't know if you'll find anything about that online.
Okay, all right. And what was what does that mean again? Can you just help me understand?
It means self-evident. You could pretty well translate it as self-evident.
So is it something like axiomatic?
So self-evident, the way I think of it, is something which the quality of your experience of it proves its truth to you. So, in philosophy, they spend way too much time on problems like the brain and the vat and solipsism. So you can very easily solve that just by saying my quality of the world is such that it couldn't possibly be true, that there's not a real world outside. The quality of my interactions, you walk outside and the sun's in the sky. So it said you can't hold a candle to the sun. The sun proves its existence to you. You can't, if you can't see the sun in the sky, you can't hold up a candle and light it up and be able to see the sun. Only the sun can reveal itself. So things that we accept as self-evident are things that shine and they prove their truth to us. And you can't prove them by another method.
Would you say it's similar to sort of like clear and distinct ideas or basic beliefs kind of thing? Or?
It's you could compare it to properly basic.
Yeah. Arjuna, are you saying that
something that's rational?
Are you saying that this is what Richard Swinburne actually calls the principle of credulity? That what seems to be the case is the case until I have an overriding reason or a defeater against that belief. Would you hold to that? And is that what you're kind of appealing to?
Yeah, I'd say so. A good analogy for it is, in a dream, you can think you're awake, right? But when you wake up, the quality of your experience in your waking life is so different from your dream life that this is awake and that was a dream. But, and perhaps we could wake up from this and realize that this was a dream. So there's always, in this kind of epistemology, you can always have advancing levels of understanding. But you can't regress.
Okay, so I actually agree with this, but I have a question for you. So, are you a non-dualist?
So I hold to Achincha Beta Beta Tattva, which is inconceivable, simultaneous oneness and difference. So we're one with God in quality, but different in quantity. There's a material world, which is God's energy, but it's different from God. So I understand that as meaning there's ways in which we're one with God, ways in which we're different from God, ways in which the world is one with God, and ways in which the world is different from God.
All right, because can you just maybe flesh that out and explain it a bit more? Maybe you did it earlier, but just so I can be clear on it.
Yeah, I haven't done much on it yet. So, like, one with quality in God means like God is Sat, Chit, Ananda, eternity, knowledge, and bliss. So the soul is also full of knowledge and blissful. But because we're tiny sparks of the divine, we can become covered over, whereas God is infinite, so he can't become covered over. So God is always knowledge, blissful, full of knowledge and eternal, but we forget that we're eternal. Our bliss becomes covered over, and we can become covered by ignorance. And the world, so anything that's attractive about the world, like a nice shiny sports car, anything in the world that we feel an attraction to, we're attracted to it because it has a part of God's potency in it. And really, we're attracted to God, but we're looking in the wrong places.
So would you say that everything that we see is part of God?
Yeah, everything's God's energy.
Right. So what's the difference between God and his energy?
So it's something like the difference between the sun and the reflection of the sun on the water. So the sun you cannot harm in any way, whereas the reflection of the water, I can throw a stone in the water and destroy the reflection.
You can throw a stone in the water and what? Sorry,
destroy the reflection. Yeah, if you start getting the water to wave around, it's no longer reflecting the sun. It disperses the light waves in such a way that the reflection's gone.
So the reflection is not actually the sun, then.
Yeah. Well, it's an emanation from the sun. It's the sun's energy, as the analogy goes.
Yeah, but then in that case, I don't see how this would, because my initial question was if you're non-dualist. The way I've understood it explained by other non-dualists would be different, because it seems that you would want to say that we're more than just a reflection that can be changed or damaged, that we're actually God himself or part of God. And I don't see
the living entity is different from the material energy. The soul inside the body is pure, just like God. It's the same quality. So the analogy for the soul is a drop of water from the ocean. It's got the same chemical composition as the water, but you can't take a boat in a drop of water. You can take a boat in the ocean. There's a difference.
So you're saying it's a subset of God. Is that what you're saying?
We're made of the same substance as God, but we are tiny.
As a subset. So you got the whole God and a small fraction of that God within us. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, we're a small fraction. And Bhagavad Gita, Krishna uses the word mamai vamso, my parts and parcels.
Okay, so you believe God is made of parts.
Well, there's a unified original supreme personality of Godhead, and then there's everything which emanates from God, which includes the material energy and us living entities.
Yeah, but if you're saying that
the way we're related to God is as his parts and parcels, mamai vamso. So the Sanskrit word and there is amsa, which means limb. Or
let me sort of come in here. So if I understand this, so because we've gone away from the topic a little bit, but I think we're sort of heading in the right direction, which is within the Hare Krishna worldview, or the Caitanya school, as you have it, a new conception was made where Krishna was placed as the divine supreme.
Oh no, that
deity,
wasn't new with
right?
Sri Chaitanya. Krishna being the supreme goes all the way back through the Indian traditions. Sri Chaitanya brought in Achincha Beta Beta Tattva,
so
but even that
true.
you can find further back.
Yeah, so and again, you can correct me, but from the historical analysis that I've done, there is no deity called Krishna in any of the oldest Vedic texts, right?
There is. I mean, they found a really
there's
old
one example.
statue of Krishna living
There's one example in the Upanishad. 3.7.17.6 from my reference here, which is a son of Devaki, who is indeed Krishna's mother in the Bhagavata Purana. However, Krishna is connected with both a sage and esoteric practices in that situation, not associated with Krishna of the Puranas. So what we have is an issue here is there is a name called Krishna there, but it's not the Krishna that you recognize within Hare Krishna, that you're devoted to, which is the ultimate supreme deity.
I mean, I'm not a scholar of all this kind of stuff, but I'm really skeptical of what you just said. Bhagavad Gita is the most prominent Hindu literature, and that's Krishna speaking. And everybody quotes it as Bhagavad Gita is the highest thing. You know, a quote from Bhagavad Gita is a great.
Okay, I understand, but the Bhagavad Gita, in terms of the texts, comes way down as part of the epics, right? I mean, it's way down below the Vedas.
So Krishna spoke Bhagavad Gita 5,000 years ago to Arjuna. Every Hindu basically will claim that they accept Bhagavad Gita as authority. In Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says, you know, many years ago, I spoke this knowledge to the sun god Vivaswan. All through Bhagavad Gita, he's saying, I am, you know, the supreme personality of Godhead. There's all sorts of statements where Krishna is glorifying himself as the original personality of Godhead. And this book is accepted.
Yeah. So the only thing I'm saying is Krishna as the ultimate supreme deity is not how the Vedas understood it. This is not how the Vedas understood it. So this was a later development. This was a later development. This was a later development.
You have a more of a scholar on the history of these texts on, but there's the Vedas is a whole library. So you do get Vedic texts that focus on Shiva. There's other Vedic texts that focus on Krishna. And yeah, this is more of an internal debate. I don't know how interesting this will be.
Well, it's not internal because it's fundamental to the discussion of your concept of God and your idea of who is the supreme deity. Because if there's disagreements on who is God, then it means you're not following the religion of God. You're following something else.
No, even with like the Sri Vaishnavas who say Vishnu is the original supreme personality of God. So you know so Krishna is polymorphous is one way of describing it on the Hare Krishna view. So this is common to all Vaishnavas, that there's Krishna, Vishnu, and Lord Ram, and these are all the same person, but it's God expressing different aspects of his personality. So the way I explain it is what I can do across multiple times, God can do simultaneously. So personality at different times, and I change my form throughout my lifetime, a baby, then a child, then a grown up, and so on. And but God can express different aspects of his personality in a different form simultaneously. So you have Lord Ram, which is God being more regal, following the rules, being a great king. You have Krishna, who's God living in a village in Vrindavan, being more cheeky and naughty and playful. You have Narayan, which is Krishna and Vaikuntha, being God that everyone's worshipping in the spirit, and there's more awe and reverence. Worshipping God in these different forms, so different devotees are attracted to different forms of God, and they all exhibit their love in these different ways. So with people arguing, it's Krishna, no, it's Ram, no, it's Vishnu, no, it's Narayan, we're all agreeing that Vishnu is God. All we're arguing about is, Ram's better, oh no, Krishna's better, but we're all agreeing this is the same person, and we're all worshiping God. It's just say there's the judge, and the judge, when he's in the office, has a different personality than when he's at home playing with his kids or when he's alone with his wife. And one of us is saying the judge with his wife, that's the best, and another one's saying no, the judge when he's in the office in the courtroom, that's the best. And another person saying no, the judge playing with his children, that's the best, that's the original, that's the judge when he's expressing the full breadth of his personality. That's the claim. That's what's being debated.
Okay, so this polymorphic understanding that you have, you still call that monotheism, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, so this polymorphic monotheism then, I mean how is that different to polytheism?
The same way that a judge exhibiting different aspects of his personality in the courtroom than with the children, it's still the same person. They're just exhibiting different aspects of their personality in different situations.
But he's not, okay,
is so
so
great
So
and so vast.
it's like modalism then.
it's a
basically,
little bit
right?
like modalism in Christianity, exactly.
So you're
Would you-
saying
Not familiar
these are
with
the
that.
different avatars of Vishnu. So Ram and Krishna are different avatars. So they were at different
Yeah.
times, different periods, having different wives, different families. But you're saying they're all the same person.
Well, so Ram and Krishna did appear on Earth at different times. So you could
Yeah.
say Ram appeared as this person and then later appeared as this person, and that's full I mean, we have a concept of reincarnation, and
Okay.
so. But we also have an understanding that God is in the spiritual world at all times, exhibiting all of these personalities. So what you're really having trouble with is, because God, I mean, you think God doesn't have any form at all, but supposing you accepted the idea that a person could reincarnate, which I'm sure you don't, but supposing you did, there's no inconsistency in thinking I could be the same person in this life as I was 50 years ago in a different life.
Yeah, so we have good reasons why we don't. It's not that we just sort of ignore it just because on a whim. We have good reason. I think we can explain some of this, but let me go back to the point, which is my understanding is that within the Hare Krishna teachings, you have Krishna as the supreme being at the very sort of top of the hierarchy, let's call it, and you also have, from what I understand, is there's a female male perspective on this, where it's Krishna and Radha, which is I know from my own sort of background. There's a lot of songs and rituals and so on that have this sort of dual sort of gender perspective on this. So there's already a splitting of the deity into two parts there. Then, from what I understand, is this is then manifested as Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. The creator, the one that sustains, and the one that annihilates. Shiva, the one that destroys. But then also in Hare Krishna, what you have then is Krishna who then manifests in this world. I mean, it's the same deity, but then you say that every time you mention the word, you say that word at that point is Krishna, which is why you can chant the words and you can feel the presence of God. So every time you mention the word, that is essentially in your worldview, Krishna becoming immanent in this existence.
Yeah.
Right. So every word. So you see, so for us, that is not monotheism.
Even the idea that God's present in his holy name, you think is polytheism.
God entering creation is not monotheism.
So if you want to say God can't appear in his holy name to someone who's with devotion chanting his holy name, you're limiting God.
Okay, this is an interesting argument, because this goes back to what is your concept of God and what is your model of God. How do you understand God, and how do you know what God is?
Yeah, actually, I
this
want
is
to
what I
go
was
back to
trying
the
to
question that Jake was asking. Yeah, Jake.
I was trying to go back to that before. I mean, I'm
Yeah.
sorry if it's a crude analogy, but I kind of drew it on a piece of paper here. If you're able to see it, I've drawn two circles, and on the top, and one is on the bottom.
If you take a picture and send it to me, I'll see if I can.
Yeah, the idea is this. I'm trying to understand your model of God. Is it one circle, which is God, and then we have like little dots in it, which are, say, the human consciousness, or however you want to explain it? Yeah. So what I'm trying to figure out is it like the example on the right, which is panentheism, which God is the big circle, then the universe is within that, and then we have like little dots there? Or is it more like on the all the way to the left, where you have God and then you have the universe
distinct from each other?
Yeah,
that's definitely panentheism.
Okay, so it's more like panentheism. So it's the idea that the universe is within God, and that there are sort of parts that make up God, so to speak. Or would you say that there's another circle, which is the universe, as that image showed? Because in the sense that they're still distinct, even though one is contained in the other.
So the idea of emanations, like the reflection of the sun coming from the sun, is a really good analogy for explaining it. So like there's this verse in the Sri Upanishad on Purnamidam, which says that from the complete, so many other completes are manifesting. And even though so many completes are coming from the original complete, still the original complete remains complete. It's something, the Sanskrit translation is roughly like that. So even though God has these manifestations emanating from him of, us jivas and the material universes and so on, he remains untouched, and his potency is always expanding. But still, everything that's emanating from God is within God in a sense. There's nothing that exists separate from God. The idea that we're separate from God is simply an illusion, but there's God proper, the original, who's emanating all these things, and then there's God's energies, which is emanating, and there's us, and there's different qualities. So it's not like a monist oneness where everything is one with God. There's still us living entities and gods, and that's what means we can have a loving relationship. But our oneness with God also means we can have a loving relationship. Just like I'm completely different from this camera stand in front of me. I can't really have a loving relationship with the camera stand, but with my wife and children, I have more in common. I can have loving relationships. And so similarly with God, we have some oneness. We have some commonality, therefore we can have a relationship. But there's also difference. I'm not the same as God, and I have different qualities from God, which means there can be love there.
Yeah, but there was something that you said there, that you said that us seeming separate or completely different from God, that's an illusion. That's what you said, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so can you explain in what sense? What do you mean it's an illusion?
Well, it's impossible to be separate from God. God is the foundation of reality. God is situated in our heart. God is the source of our energy and consciousness. Everything's coming from God. So at all times, we're intimately connected with God. But our consciousness has turned away from God. We've wanted to enjoy separate from God. We've had selfish desires, and God's allowing us to try to fulfill those desires so that we can eventually become free of them and turn to him in love. But in the meantime, while we're going through that process of learning, we're covered in such a way that we forget that God exists, or we forget that God is with us.
Yeah, I mean, this goes back to still me trying to understand, and I'm not trying to be argumentative. I'm really trying to grasp the concept, because when you say that you're not completely separate from God, I understand that part. And you also said that our consciousness is of the same substance as God. But is our consciousness, that substance, is it identical to God, meaning that it's the same thing as whatever God is? It's completely identical? Or is it a creation of God that is made out of similar stuff, but is still not God? Does that make any sense? Because I see those as two different things.
Well, I mean, the ocean analogy might be useful again. If you take a drop of water out of the ocean, it's the same in quality, but the molecules in the drop of water are not identical numerically to the molecules in the ocean.
Yeah, so one is part
I'm the
of
same
another.
in quality with God, but I have my own identity.
No, but so chemically,
part of another, though, correct?
Yeah, but chemically, H2O is H2O. Whether you have a teaspoon of it or an ocean full of it, it's the same molecule, H2O, right?
Yeah.
So the behavior of H2O in a small concentration is exactly the same as it would be in the big ocean. The difference, what we're talking about here, is exactly what Jake said. Is if you believe this essence that we are part of in your worldview is God, what does that really mean?
Yeah, because then how are we not God? If we have the exact same essence, what's the difference between our consciousness and God? You're saying it's a drop of the greater whole, but how does that affect anything? It's still the same substance.
Yeah, it's the same substance, but it has its own individual identity, and it's different in quantity.
How does it get its own individual identity?
Yeah, that's a key
I don't
question.
understand that, because with the water, like what Brother Muhammad was saying, it doesn't get its own distinct identity, really. still you can take a look at it and see that it's the same substance. So how would it?
I mean,
what
it
would
might be
used to
indistinguishable,
differentiate?
but still, you know, if I have a drop of water sitting on my desk, the molecules entity from the
No,
molecules
but they
of
will.
the
I mean,
water. You know,
so,
I can take
I mean,
that. There's drops of water, put them back in the ocean, get other drops of water, and even though they're chemically indistinguishable, they're still different chemicals. It's like
It's
they have a
quantity.
different identity.
The difference is in
no,
quantity,
the
not
only
in
difference is quantity,
exactly. Yeah.
right? Because
I mean, like if I go to the shop and buy, and there's 10 ladders and they're all identical, and I take one off the shelf and bring it home, and then someone comes and steals it off me, and I go to the shop and buy another one, I have a different ladder than the one that was stolen off me, even though they look the same. It's still a different ladder.
Yeah, but why is it a different ladder?
yeah.
Because
It's a
the other
different
one
How do you
was
know?
stolen. The
How
other
do you
one
know
is
it's
now with
different?
somebody else, and I have a new one. different.
Exactly. They're occupying different spatial locations, for example. Yeah.
Yeah. So
So
and when it
we
comes
can
to
point to a
identity,
difference.
I have my own first-person experience, and God has
Okay,
a
so
different
that-
first-person experience.
So God does not have that same first-person experience that you have, is what you're saying.
Yeah, God has a different first-person experience.
So
Okay.
it's two identities then.
So then it's they're distinct identities. You're saying it's the same substance in some way, but they're distinct identities.
So
Right.
the Sanskrit that's used is Sat Chit Ananda, which is roughly translated as eternity, knowledge, and bliss. So God is conscious, I'm conscious. God is eternal, I'm eternal. God is blissful, and when I'm in a pure state, I'm blissful.
These are
but see, the
contradictions, aren't
thing
they?
is, as Muslims, obviously we believe that we're conscious, but we wouldn't say that we're made of the same substance as God. So
Maybe
this
you
is
should.
well, I don't think so. So this is the problem that I'm seeing. You mentioned before, for example, I don't experience that I'm a part of God. Would you agree with that? That do I experience that?
You don't experience that you're a part of God. In a spiritually advanced state, you would.
Okay, but I don't right now.
Yeah.
Correct? Okay, so I don't right now. And the reason is because of whatever you want to say, I haven't spiritually advanced to the point where I'm able to. But this goes back to what you said before, that my experience right now that I'm not a part of God, you're saying is an illusion, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so if that's an illusion, and that's the common experience, I'd argue, of most people, that most people do not experience that they're a part of God in the way that you're explaining it, then it seems to contradict your epistemological point earlier, in which you said that you take it as a foundational axiom that what seems to be the case is the case until proven otherwise. Well, now the role is completely reversed, because the waking experience of the human being is actually not true. It's completely illusory. So it contradicts that epistemology that I want to hold on to. If I hold on to that, that means I should reject what you're putting forward, or the Hindu perspective, because I don't experience that. That's not my experience. So why would I believe in that when my experience is that I'm not part of God, and I'm justified in believing that until that something of the sort happens?
I mean, I'm not sure if you do experience yourself as not being part of God. Maybe you're just thinking of it in a different way from how I'm thinking of it, and we're using terms in slightly different ways. Like, to experience having a connection with God, being God's child, being an emanation from God.
No.
So you have nothing to do with God. You're completely divorced from God.
No.
So doesn't that mean it's
that's not the
impossible to have a
analogy.
loving relationship with God? I don't understand
Well,
how
I can have a
you're-
loving relationship with God, but I'm not
How can
I
you
don't
have
experience
a loving relationship with something that you're completely different from and have no connection to?
Well, I do have a connection with God. I can have a connection with God through prayer and things of that nature, but that does not
And that
mean
connection
that
is a
I'm.
kind of oneness. That's what, like the word yoga in the Indian
No,
tradition. Yoga
no.
means
I think we are getting
union.
confused with regards to
Yeah,
the
yeah.
identity here, because I think that's the important question. So when Jake experiences as a first person experience, he doesn't experience what you're claiming, that God is part of him or God is within him. You see what I mean?
The kind of oneness we're talking about isn't the kind of oneness that the Advaitavadis talk about and the Buddhists talk about. We're more talking about the kind of oneness you get like when a band is playing together and the musicians are really on the same page and really jamming. The band becomes one thing. That's the kind of oneness. But the individuality of all the bands is also exemplified.
But didn't you say earlier that there was a
that kind
fraction?
of goes on.
Did you
No.
not earlier mention that there was a fraction of God within everyone?
Yeah, so
explain?
we're the same quality of God. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, we're part of
sorry.
God, but the problem is what you're saying here. I'm trying to say that we don't experience that and we would reject the band analogy. We're not members of the same band. We could never be members of the same band. It's
right.
Not,
so your theology has a lower goal, because in Hare Krishna theology, you can attain a really deep relationship with God, where you can wrestle with God as a cowherd boy in Vrindavan. Whereas I don't know what your goal is. You can like,
So
I don't know what the
I wouldn't want to wrestle with God, that's for sure.
Yeah, so like for example, with myself, and I'm guessing with the brothers here as well, the relationship that we have with God is unique from the relationships we have with others. We consider ourselves distinct from him. We consider him unique, and we consider him in terms of his attributes. And that allows for this loving relationship because one, for example, he is all-knowing. So he knows the deepest parts of me, the parts that I try to hide from myself, the parts that I hide from everyone. There's nothing I can hide from God. So when I pray to him, I know he knows everything, all the ticks in my body, everything that goes on in my head, all of the desires in my heart. I can't hide anything from him. And it is also characterized by severe gratitude because of the fact that he's the one that provides everything. He's the one that is allowing me, for example, to see, to experience taste, to have this feeling of love is given to me by him, with him and with my daughter, with my mother, etc. So I would say my relationship with him is unique in that way because of the fact that he holds these specific attributes. And because he is the all-knowing, I can't hide anything from him. It sort of forces this sincerity when praying to him, when you're alone. And I just don't see how what you're saying follows that ours is somehow like a lesser form of connection, when to me it's the highest form of connection that you can have because of his uniqueness, because of his being distinct, and because of him holding these unique qualities.
So I agree
don't
with
see
what you're
saying
saying, and that's included in our view that the differences between us and God are what make the relationship was possible. But you also have to have some similarity. Like I was saying, I can't have a relationship with this camera stand. I can't have a relationship with the squirrel. So there has to be something that I have in common with God in order for a deep relationship to be possible.
There is relevant similarities, but we're not identical in terms of, for example, God is all knowing and I have a little bit of knowledge.
Yeah, God is alive, I'm alive.
Exactly. That's exactly what I described though. I think you guys are pretending that the differences in what my view is different than it actually is. So God is infinite and I'm limited. I have a little bit of knowledge, God has infinite knowledge. So that's the chit. That's the knowledge. And then Sat, we're both eternal. There's no difference there. And then bliss. Obviously, God has more bliss than me. But when I'm at
so that's
and I'm little means my bliss can become covered over. That's what it means. Because I'm tiny, I can become covered. A little bit of dirt can make me miserable because of the conditioned state I'm in. Whereas God, you can't put any dirt on God. He's infinite.
Yeah, but that's the point of where we would disagree, where you would say that you're eternal. We don't think we're eternal. We think there's an infinite chasm between God being eternal and his existence and ours. So that is a relevant distinction.
Yeah, but we're contingent and he is not. He is necessary. We are possible existence in that we can fail to exist and have failed to exist in the past. And he's unique in the fact that that's not with him at all.
And
so we see it.
Sorry.
We see God as a sustaining cause. that so we're contingent on God, but you don't need temporal in order to have causation. You can have sustaining causation. So just like the ball sitting on the trampoline, it could have been like that for eternity. The ball is called trampoline. This acts. So similarly, we've existed eternally, and God has caused our existence for eternity. We're still dependent on God, but that doesn't mean there was ever a time when we didn't exist.
Did he have a choice to cause us or not?
I don't know if that's something that's explicitly articulated in the tradition. I think different theologians could have different views on that within the tradition.
Is Krishna contingent or not?
Krishna is manifesting. What is the word? Aseity. Asay.
Okay, wait, you're saying Krishna is Asay, you said?
Yeah, Krishna is self-manifesting. He's not contingent.
So Krishna is Asay. So what? So in the Vedas, when it talks about the primordial Purusha that was sacrificed, isn't Krishna contingent on that action?
So I'm not familiar with that. That's a description of creation material world. If I'm correct in what you're talking about, it's not something that Hare Krishna's focus on. And so
you may not focus on it, but your belief is foundational on that. So either you ignore it.
That's a description of the creation of the material world. So the material world is created and destroyed cyclically, endlessly. And meanwhile, the spiritual world is eternally manifested. And Krishna is the starts each of these material creations. He's the cause of all of that.
Yeah, but did the manifesting have to happen?
This
is my question.
Universe. Sorry?
Was the manifesting necessary?
Well, it satisfies desires that Krishna has. So Krishna wants to create a space for rebellious, conditioned souls to try to fulfill their material desires, become frustrated trying to fulfill their material desires, and ultimately return to him. And that's why and also it's a place where he can manifest his pastimes in the material world. So he's got desires and he manifests them. He satisfies those desires or acts on those desires by creating the material universe.
But those desires are contingent upon the created souls, aren't they?
I don't understand.
Okay, you said that God has desires to create a space in which those souls which are confused and need to experience to be shown, basically taught a lesson, so to speak. Those souls, if they're eternal and that they always exist, God's desire to create that space is based on them. So therefore, God's desires are contingent upon something other than himself.
The word's reciprocal. His desires are reciprocal.
What do you mean by that? His desires are reciprocal. Sorry.
So, reciprocal means that it's in a relationship with us. So like my desire. I mean, you could say, I think the word contingent. So, when a certain soul is like this, God has a certain desire in relationship to that soul. It doesn't mean his desire is contingent on that soul, because if things were different, he'd have a different desire. He's having a relationship.
Yeah, but that's the question. Could things be different? In other words, could those souls not exist, and then therefore God would have different desires?
Those souls could have not chosen to rebel. But
is that God's choice or not?
How is it reciprocal?
No, that's the choice of the souls.
Didn't exist. How is it reciprocal if the souls didn't exist?
That's the question I'm asking. Those souls are eternal, but I'm saying, could those souls have not existed?
For those, I mean, first of all, I think different theologians would give a different answer to these questions, because it's not something that's explicitly there in the text. So any answer I give, and you give a problem with that, I could just come back with a different answer because this text isn't explicit on it. I don't really know what you're trying to establish.
If the text is not explicit, let's just say the text is not explicit on that, what would be the basis for the answer be? Meaning to say, if you gave an answer a different.
How about this? Like, what does the question achieve? Like,
The question is achieving or trying to solve whether or not things besides God are necessary or contingent. And it seems that your theology doesn't have a basic answer to that basic question.
God's described as Sarva Karna Karna. He's the original cause of all causes. God is not contingent. He's the cause, which is itself not caused.
Yeah, God is necessary, but I'm trying to figure out whether or not the things besides God are necessary or contingent. And you're saying that there's not an answer from the text, and so you don't have an answer.
I mean, you were asking some really obscure philosophical question that seems
Why is that
divorced
obscure?
from
I'm
what
trying to figure out
theologians
if anything besides God is necessary. That's not obscure.
This is the basic foundational question, if you ask
Yeah,
me.
because
I think
what
you're
I'm
just trying to do
say,
an apologetic and find a so-called incoherence.
I'm not doing an apologetic. I'm asking you a question about whether everything besides God is contingent or necessary. If it's necessary, then that means God did not have a choice to create those things or to self-manifest or however you want to explain it.
So it's said in the text that God is not contingent, that God is self-manifesting. So we can, as philosophers of religion, mull over and work out what exactly the details of that are in order to make our worldview consistent of that. So, you can raise objections and I can give an answers and then we can modify things and come to different answers.
I know that's what we're trying to do. That's the whole point.
Yeah.
We're trying to figure out.
We'll go for a while.
So let me ask you this, Arjuna. Do you believe in the
Sorry,
concept of Brahman?
Sure. Okay. Sure.
Give him a second.
Yeah, give him a second. Yeah. So while Arjuna's taking that break, so let me sort of summarize what we've got to say far.
Guys, I don't think we should move on from this point.
No. We're not going to move on. We're not going to move on because I think
this is the crux of the matter.
It is. So there is the argument from contingency for God's existence, which is essentially what we're trying to follow through on, and what we've arrived at, I mean, by definition, is that God in Arjuna's conception is not contingent. We agree with that. What we're trying to arrive at now is when you say we are eternal, that statement has consequences. And it entails necessarily that either God had a choice in not creating us or he had no choice in creating us. Now, if we're eternal, the entailment of that discussion is, did we pre-exist alongside God? Or was there a beginning to this eternality that we have? Or did we pre-exist with God and we just simply manifested when he decided to, or he had no choice in manifesting us? Which of those options is it?
There are statements.
First of all, did you understand? I mean, was that clear? Yeah,
so where I'm going is I think you could make a case that it's an open question because there's various statements in the Sanskrit scriptures which are they speak in slightly exaggerated ways. So, like there's a statement, Narada Muni is the greatest of all Vaishnavas. There's another statement saying Shiva is the greatest of all Vaishnavas. Those two claims seem to be mutually exclusive, but it's an emotional way of speaking. It's glorifying a particular personality at a particular time. And there's, as the statements that the souls in the material world are nityabhata, that we're eternally in bondage in the material world. We're eternally conditioned souls. But it's also described elsewhere that there was a time when we were in the original spiritual world. So, when a statements like eternity could perhaps be interpreted as an exaggeration, and maybe when Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita, never was there a time when I did not exist, nor you, nor I, nor all these kings, nor in the future shall any of us cease to be. Maybe he was exaggerating, and maybe there was a time when we did begin to exist. But it's pretty much unanimously believed by followers of these traditions that we are and never began to exist. So if someone wanted to do philosophy of religion, figure out, oh, this is incoherent, can't possibly be true, you might have that option of just saying, oh, this was an exaggeration and it doesn't actually mean eternal in the literal sense. It just means eternal in the sense of such a large time scale, can't comprehend it, so we might as well call it eternal. That being said, I'm not really convinced by the arguments that God becomes contingent just because he has personalities existing alongside him all the time. That just means
no. We moved on from that. We moved on from God. We're talking about, okay, God is necessary. We're granting that. We're talking about anything besides God. These other souls that you and I have, are those souls necessary or contingent? In other words, did God have a choice to create them or not?
yeah, this is it's not something that's talked about in the text. It is talked about. I mean, preachers and Isckon are always saying that our existence is dependent on God, and I mean this makes sense. You know, God's the Sarva Karana Karana. He's the original cause of all causes. So our energy existence is dependent on God. It's given to us for that. So our existence is contingent on God's existence. So you know, it's not like necessary other than God would suggest that I could exist if God didn't exist. That's not the case.
No, that's not what I'm
No, that's
saying.
not what it
That's not what I'm
means.
saying. What I'm saying is this: in philosophy, in this case, what we're talking about now, you have two types of necessity or necessary beings. You have God, who is necessary in and of himself, and then which basically means ase in a sense, and then you have creation, which could be eternal and necessary, but necessary through another, meaning through the act of the first necessary being, who's necessary in and of himself. He necessarily emanates or creates these other souls. And so those things, although dependent upon the first, their existence is necessary through God. In other words, there's no possible situation in which God would exist alone by himself without these other souls. In every possible situation, God necessarily will create these other souls or consciousnesses. So that's what we're trying to figure out.
Why is that an interesting question?
It's directly
it relates-
relevant to whether or not these souls are necessary, meaning could God exist alone by himself without anything else besides him? Or is it necessary that God exists alongside creation?
Yeah, I
it
don't
sort of
see why that's
touches
an
or hinges
interesting
on
question.
issues with, because Jake, am I right in saying that this, depending on his answers, this could have implications with regards to whether or not we say God has a will as well? If these things are
Not just that. I'm just trying to figure out whether or not creation is necessary or contingent. That's the basis of it.
So
I don't know.
Maybe if we
Arjuna,
just take a small tangent here. If we just take a small tangent.
Yeah.
So in your understanding, Arjuna, in your worldview, you have a particular conception of time, and you have a particular concept of creation. Okay. So in your view, then, every cycle that you go through, is there ever a cycle that can exist without the rest of creation, i.e., just God alone? Or is it necessary that every cycle that happens?
Well, this is what I was getting to earlier, but didn't quite get to. So, panentheism, one of the key distinctions between it and other worldviews is that God never exists alone. So, like,
Okay.
this idea
Exactly,
you get
that's
in
my point.
Eastern traditions is that the God is called Bhagavan, and Bhagavan means full of all opulences. And there's no way God can be all opulences.
Sorry,
if he's
Arjuna, your
alone.
microphone is completely like out of order right now.
Yeah, I'm having problems with my Windows installation. It's I don't know if anyone knows much about it. It's the local internet on my computer getting jammed by some program or something, and it means that.
Do you want to log in from your phone or something, perhaps, because the
Doesn't
audio is
quite
the
make
main
it.
thing? Are you able to log in from your phone?
Can you log in from another device, like a tablet or something?
Yeah.
Maybe that would help.
because it's pure robot.
Yeah,
Going
exactly.
on.
Yeah, sounds like he's on Star Wars movie or something.
Yeah, Darth
Like,
Vader.
like
Never
you're
mind.
communicating with us from another galaxy.
Right. While you're doing that, Jake, I want to ask you, what is the basis of this question? Why you're asking whether the creation is necessary or contingent? Because we know by default God is necessary.
Yeah, because what it would mean is that if these other things are necessary through God, it means, as he just said, that God could not exist alone by himself. God must exist with creation. In order for God to exist, creation must exist. So there's now this interdependence relationship between God and creation. As he said, it's reciprocal. In order for God to exist, creation must exist. In order for creation to exist, God must exist. So there's this dependency relationship between God and creation going both ways. It's not only going from God to creation. It's going both ways.
Right.
That's the problem.
Interesting. Okay, so if you mute, mute one of them and speak.
Is that better?
That's
Yeah,
beautiful. Yes.
Yeah, much better.
Okay. Sorry. Is it using my Bluetooth headphones? It should be.
I think so. Yeah, you're loud and clear.
Yeah.
Loud and clear.
Okay.
So we got the avatar of
clearer,
Arjuna
yeah.
here on the side in the corner.
Yeah, it's perfect. So we have Arjuna on one, with his avatar on the other.
Yes.
All right.
Okay, so let's go back to the question then. So I think what we agreed to, what we landed on, is that you said, okay, this is panentheism, this is the Eastern tradition, which is there is never a time, or there is never a situation where God does not exist without the creation alongside it, and there is never a time when creation can exist without God.
I need to distinguish too, because in the Abrahamic traditions, you get this idea that basically the material world is all that exists, and then God kind of is an unembodied mind or something, whereas we have this idea that there's a spiritual world where everything is just like here, except here it's the perverted reflection. In the spiritual world, everything is in its original pure state.
So when you say spiritual world, you're actually talking about only one entity, that is God, right?
The spiritual world has like planets. There's Ram there with all his bhaktas, and they get up to adventures. There's Krishna in Vrindavan with the cowherd boys. He goes out and tends the cows during the day. He comes back. He's got someone playing the role of his mother. It's a loving exchange. So there's something called Yoga Maya, where an expression of God is covered over and forgets that he's God in order to be fully immersed in the loving relationship with his devotees.
Sorry, did you just say God forgets that he's a God?
So yeah, it's like this idea that God is, one way it's described as God's compartmentalized. So there's aspects of God there's an aspect of God who's the original supreme personality of God. Krishna in Vrindavan, he's the original supreme because he exhibits the highest qualities to the greatest degree, which is the loving exchanges with his devotees.
Okay, because I was talking about the spiritual realm, yeah?
That's the spiritual realm.
I don't know if in the spiritual realm, do you believe that the different spirits that exist there, or the Atman, which I think some of the Hindus use the term Atman, is it the same as the universal soul Brahman, or is that different?
So Brahman is the impersonal effulgence which emanates from Krishna's body.
Oh, it emanates from Krishna.
So
this is the understanding within Hare Krishna. They have they have a different understanding here.
To the Advent.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Brahma, no, this is not Brahman, it's Brahma here.
Now I'm talking about Brahman.
Yeah, we're talking about Brahman, Arjuna. Yes. So in Krishna, you have Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. But Brahman,
I'm talking,
which is the ultimate reality. Now, you believe Krishna is that ultimate deity. Is that equivalent to Brahman in your understanding or not?
So this gets into the internal debates that have gone on in the different traditions. So the Advaitavadis want to say that Brahman is devoid of all qualities, like I was explaining Adi Shankaracharya's view. The Vaishnavas want to say Brahman is full of all qualities, all good qualities to the highest degree, and that's typified. The greatest manifestation of that is Krishna interacting in loving exchanges in Vrindavan with his devotees, with the cows.
So when you said,
they cook for him.
All right. So when you said he's a manifestation of Brahman, that means, would that entail that Krishna himself is now contingent on Brahman?
No. So so usually when people refer to Brahman, they mean a kind of impersonal effulgence, like the goal of Buddhists and the goal of the Advaitavadis. That's the impersonal effulgence that's emanating from Krishna's body. So there's Brahman, Paramatma, and Bhagavan. This is the what's called the yoga ladder by the Hare Krishna tradition and others similar traditions. And so Brahman is the impersonal aspects of God. And so great Buddhists and people following impersonal paths can achieve a deep realization. They can come in contact with the Brahman effulgence. They can become Brahman realized is the word. and that's a very advanced state. And then Paramatma is Krishna in the heart. So when we rebel from God and enter the material world, Krishna enters our heart as Paramatma, and he's there guiding us. He's there witnessing our trials and tribulations, our pain, our suffering, and so on. He's giving us guidance in the heart, and so on. And then there's Bhagavan. So becoming Brahman realized, I described like the Buddhists. Becoming Paramatma realized is like the yogis who meditate internally until they can see Krishna in the heart. And then Bhagavan is where, when you become Bhagavan realized, that's where Krishna leaves the heart and he appears before you in a form, and you have a loving exchange there. And so Bhagavan is the form of God expressing all good qualities. So there's different aspects. There's the different personalities I was saying. So you could be a Ram Bhakta and you could go to the spiritual world and be with Ram. You could be with Narayan and Vaikuntha with the awe and reverence mood. And you could be with Vrindavan, with Krishna in Vrindavan, the cows and simple village life. And that's
So what level are
Vrindavan
you
is the
at,
highest
Arjun?
because it has the deepest loving exchanges.
What level are you at? Just out of curiosity.
What level am I at? I'd be, so I'm on a path of bhakti, which is going towards Bhagavan. So I'm not on the impersonal path or the path of meditating to find Krishna and the God. But that doesn't mean there could be somebody who's on one of those other paths who is more advanced than me. But I'm on a path that's kind of, we describe it as like the elevator. So just because somebody's taking the stairs doesn't mean I'm currently higher than them. So where I am personally is, a conditioned soul with some bad qualities in the heart, and I'm trying to execute bhakti and trying to understand these teachings.
So basically, you're on none of these three stages so far.
Yeah, I'm not a pure devotee yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. How do you know?
Let me understand here. Sorry. So what I get from this is you're saying that the Brahman, Paramatman, and Bhagavan that you've described, are they now three manifestations of Krishna, or are they three sort of aspects of Krishna in terms
three
of
aspects of Krishna?
Okay, so this is three ways to understand Krishna. That's what you're saying, right?
Another analogy for it is like you're on a road trip and you see a mountain in the distance, and you can't quite tell if it's a mountain or what it is because you're so far away. That's Brahman. It's impersonal. It's the details aren't there. You come a little close and you can see, oh, this is a mountain, and get some more information about it. That's Paramatma realization. And Bhagavan realization is you actually get to the mountain. There's people there, and you interact with them. You go to the shops. You swim in the river. That's Bhagavan.
So each of those experiences you're equating to each of those.
So Bhagavan
aspects.
is you're coming most in contact with God.
Okay, I understand. So there's an entailment to this, which is that each of these aspects of, I don't know, divinity, let's call it.
I think these are the levels of awareness, seems like.
Yeah. Well, what I'm getting to is there ever a time where these aspects can exist and not exist? Is there a situation where, for example, Paramatman is missing, or Brahman is missing, or are they always there? It's just that we fail to experience it. Or do you have to be given it?
In the spiritual world, people are just experiencing Bhagavan. So if you never rebel against God, never express selfish desires, you'd always just experience Bhagavan. But I mean, the impersonal effulgence is always going to be coming off of God's body. It's just you're not going to be interacting with it. Krishna in the heart is specifically existing in the material world in the hearts of conditioned souls. So you could say Paramatma is contingent on the existence of conditioned souls in the material world, but I don't know if contingent's the right way to describe it. I would say that's how God reciprocates with jivas who have gone down that road.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, for example, if you don't chant, you don't pray, you don't follow the duties, you're not going to get Paramatman.
Well, I mean, the Paramatma is still there. Like you do something against your conscience, and Paramatma is going to say something to you. And eventually, if you keep doing something immoral, Paramatma is just going to leave you alone. But Paramatma is still there in the heart, giving us guidance. This is like where intuition comes from.
So what's your concept of the soul then? I mean, how is that different from like the soul and various aspects of the psyche? I mean, are they not just trying to describe the psychology of the human being? Is that another way?
So, I mean, we have we get have our own mind and think of our own things, but we also get ideas given to us in the heart by God. There's both. Yeah, we can't exist separate from God. But, like strokes of genius, like all sorts of inventors all through history have described that when they have a great insight, that comes as a stroke of genius, that the whole idea comes fully formed all at one moment. So that's like a divine revelation of sorts. Like when Mozart was writing songs, he said the whole thing would come to him all at once, and all he had to do was write it down.
Right, but this goes back to the original point that Jake was saying, which is if we're sparks of the divine, then it means by definition there's nothing to fix. I mean, there's nothing really to really sort of...
No, there is something to fix because we're covered over. So, like, if you have a crystal ball and it's covered in dirt, that's a problem. Like
dirt from where?
Can I
hold on.
then,
Dirt from
I need
where?
to ask something here. Do you mind if I just jump in for a moment?
Go ahead. Yeah.
You sort of made it sound like the covering over isn't necessarily a bad thing, because this is something even God does himself, apparently, so that he can fully engage in certain relationships. So why is it that it's a negative thing when you're looking at it with regards to ourselves, but then it's a positive thing when you're looking at it, for example, when you're saying that he forgets that he's God in order so that he can have a loving relationship? Like you're sort of making it sound like this is a good thing, and you're also making it sound like that loving relationship wouldn't have been possible had he not been able to forget he was God, which sort of begs the question about your critique of the Islamic sort of conception of monotheism and developing relationships with God.
For souls that never turn away from God, they don't need the material world to purify them because they never were overcome with selfish desires in the first place. They're at all times connected to God. So, I mean, it's and a good analogy is the prison, right? So it's not a good thing that criminals exist. It's horrible, but it's a good thing that the prison system exists because it deals with criminals. Of course, we could let's just assume, for argument's sake, that the prison system is run expertly and it does a fantastic job at reforming criminals. Like, obviously, that's not true, right? Okay. But for the sake of the argument, we're going to assume that the prison system is run well and it reforms criminals and it keeps criminals out of society. It's a good thing that the prison exists in the thought experiment, but it's not a good thing that criminals exist. However, the prison system is good because it reforms the criminals. So similarly, it's not a good thing that souls with selfish desires exist, that we choose to rebel against God. But it is a good thing that God has a way of dealing with us and that he does deal with us and we can become purified and return to him.
Yeah, but then it goes back to my original point of whether or not God has a choice for those poor prisoners to exist or not. And it doesn't seem like you really know the answer to that.
So I would say God doesn't have a choice to annihilate souls.
Yeah, but for them to exist to begin with, he didn't have a choice with that either.
I don't think that's mentioned anywhere in any of the religious scriptures around the world.
Around the world, you don't think it's mentioned?
We have an answer. Yeah, there's an answer in Islam. Yeah.
Okay, let's hear it.
Well, this is a different discussion, though. I mean, we're here to understand.
No, you got it. You're asking me a question and you're challenging it and trying to show that there's an incoherence. You got to show how you're not. Okay. Your objection, your worldview is not subject to the same objection that you're pushing against me.
Well, yeah. So we can give you all the arguments there, but we can have a follow-up discussion on that, Arjuna.
Okay, sure. Yeah. My wife's actually hassling me. Yeah,
because otherwise it'll go on for another 3 hours, and we don't want to do that. But what I really want to get to is this idea of, and again, I just want to bring this topic up because so let's accept you don't have an answer as to whether that existence has to be created or not. Now, this is a big question, by the way. This is a big question, and without an answer, it actually leaves a very gaping hole in whether we accept this theology as being divinely revealed.
I'll ask my gaping hole question later.
And we'll get to that exactly. So we'll get to that. So this leads on to the question of the covering, because covering to me it would seem that you're attributing covering, which is a bad thing, which is a form of evil, you're attributing that evil to God. So are you saying that God is evil because he does this?
So God allows us to be in ignorance because that's the only way we can attempt to satisfy our selfish desires. And unless we're able to attempt to satisfy those desires, we'll never be able to learn that those desires won't satisfy us. So, like George Harrison was told by a holy man in India once, most people spend their entire lives trying to get on top of the hill. You're very lucky to, at such a young age, have made it on top of the hill and realized that there's nothing up there. Now you can focus on spiritual life. So it's this kind of thing. We need to have our 15 minutes of fame, have our little apartment where we can try to be king and lord it over the material world, of the material energy, try to satisfy our selfish desires in order to learn firsthand for ourselves that this isn't how we'll be happy, and we actually need a relationship with God. And unfortunately, many living entities are stubborn and won't learn from good instruction. We need to learn from suffering. So it's described there's 3 kinds of intelligence. There's first-class intelligence, which is you tell the child, don't put your hand in the fire, you'll get burnt. And a first-class intelligent child will never put his hand in the fire. Second-class intelligence is the boy puts his hand in the fire once. Oh no, second-class intelligence, the boy sees somebody else put their hand in the fire and get burnt, and then as well as being told, and then he never puts his hand in the fire. Third-class intelligence, he hears, he sees, he does it himself, he gets burnt, and then he never does it. 10th class intelligence is somebody who repeatedly puts their hand in the fire and gets burnt. You know, like that. The classic example would be the hangover. Never again, and next weekend the person's hungover again. That's mode of ignorance. But these people still eventually learn.
Okay,
Just takes them many lifetimes.
In your conception, then, in your theology, many atheists that have put this forward, and again, you know, there's different answers to this. Is there a problem of evil in that you need to address then in your theological outlook?
Sorry,
because of all this suffering. I mean, you know, there's issues, there's suffering, natural disasters. There's all this. You know, this is the typical argument that's brought up. Is this something that you address, or is this something that's just ignored then? Because based on what you've said, which is that, well, God necessarily has to do this anyway, so it doesn't matter. We just have to live with it.
Yeah. So the problem of evil is the logical problem of evil is answered by saying that it's possible that God has to allow some evil in the world in order to prevent a greater evil. So we could argue that greater evil is, you know, suppose we had these selfish desires to live separate from God, and God just allowed us to eternally have those desires. That's a tragedy, because it means we never enter into the highest thing, which is a loving relationship with God. So the suffering of this world is necessary in order to bring out an ultimate good, and that ultimate good is purifying our hearts and entering into an eternal, loving, satisfying relationship with God.
Okay. Interesting.
Do you mind if we ask, so, you know, with regards to yourself, how did you become Hindu? So, like, you sound Australian or from New Zealand? Or...
No, yeah, I'm in New Zealand, yeah. So I lived in New Zealand, moved to Canada when I was 8, moved back here when I was 19. When I was Christian till I was 16. Philosophical Christianity wasn't able to answer my philosophical questions. I've always been quite philosophical. I met the Hare Krishnas when I was 21. They were able to answer my questions. The theology made complete sense to me when I first heard it, and it still makes sense to me.
And so, but you just had a conversation with them, and then that was it? You became Hindu?
I heard a talk, and then I went every week and heard more talks, and then I started reading the books, and then I started listening to lectures extensively. I asked tons of questions, and I was satisfied with the answers.
We have a new guest joining us. Let me just bring them on very quickly.
Yeah, I actually have a slightly different question for Arjuna. Did you watch the previous streams with the other Hindu fella, Pandit Rami, I think?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Okay. What did you think overall with what he said? Because I know that there are different understandings of or different strains within the tradition. Is there anything that you disagreed with that he had to say, or?
I disagreed with probably 85% of what he said.
Really?
Only
Wow.
only
And he-
85%.
Okay, so
The only bits I agreed with was reincarnation and cyclical creation and destruction.
Okay.
okay,
Do you think that is generally the view of most
Yeah, so his
Muslims?
views are very popular today. Historically,
echo.
throughout India.
There's an echo.
One sec.
Sam,
One sec.
Yeah, I
Thank
think it's
you.
Sam. Yeah, Sam,
Thank
you
you.
need to close one of your tabs, and
Okay, I think
perhaps
it's
I'll tell you what. Why don't you join in, Sam?
Headphones.
When we...
If you can get headphones.
Yeah,
there you go. Arjuna, it's okay. Come back. Yeah.
carry on, Arjuna. Yeah.
Carry on.
What was it saying? Disagree.
So,
what I agreed
so
with.
you disagree with 85% only?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So his views are popular. That doesn't mean his views are supported by the scripture, or that they were popular historically. His views come from they're influenced by Advaitavad as taught by Adi Shankaracharya, and then influenced further by Vivekananda and the Ramakrishna mission, who had a mission to create one book and one religion for Hinduism so that India could compete with Christianity. And in order to do that, when India had such a diversity of religious views, they had to come up with a kind of relativism. So they chose Advaitavad because it's, everything's one. You worship Ganesh, you worship whoever you want. It's all the same thing. And ultimately, none of it exists. It's just a form you can fix your mind on until you can become advanced enough to fix your mind on the impersonal absolute beyond all these forms. And this is how they got around all the pluralism in India, all the variety of religions. And when they did that, though, they created something which was foreign to Hinduism up until then. It's not supported by the previous acharyas in any of the traditions. They created their own thing, and they tried to include everyone, but they categorically contradicted Vaishnavism, which historically was the most popular tradition. So Vaishnavism, which is the broader category of one of the traditions I'm in, is categorically contradicted by this neo-Vedanta or neo-Hinduism, and a lot of people have problems with it. It's not really supported by the text either. And even with Adi Shankaracharya, what he did in order to teach covered Buddhism and argue for it based on the Vedas is he came up with really twisted hermeneutics. So he said that there's Mahavakyas, so there's statements which are the great statements, and then anything which disagrees with this, we just have to come up with twist it in order to agree. So just, like when something doesn't logically make sense, you understand it as a metaphor, like the village on the Ganga. Obviously, the village wasn't on the river. The village was on the bank of the river. It's just a poetic way of referring to the village on the Ganga. That's an example of taking an indirect meaning where the direct meaning doesn't work. But Adi Shankaracharya took indirect meanings all over the place just because he said these are the Mahavakyas. But in the Vaishnava traditions, we take the text literally way far more. So we're taking the direct meaning as much as we can, and we think this is a far better hermeneutic, that it's only if the direct meaning doesn't work that you'd go for an indirect meaning. So Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita, for me, so many things are coming. I taught this teachings before, or like Pandit Rami, one really bad example of it was he said, when Krishna, you guys asked him, so Krishna in Bhagavad Gita says something about those who worship the demigods are in ignorance. And Pandit Rami is like, oh, what he means by that is those who worship these personalities thinking that they're the real deal, they're in ignorance. And he was saying the same thing is true for people who worship Krishna. But Krishna in Bhagavad Gita says, those who study this teaching worship me by intelligence, abandon all varieties and surrender to me. And there's Krishna, a person who shook his hand, with the form standing in front of him. And here Pandit Rami is saying, oh, Krishna didn't really mean that. Like Ramakrishna in his Bhagavad Gita said, Krishna doesn't, what he means is you surrender to the impersonal absolute, which is beyond Krishna. That's not there in the text. He's just adding his own meaning in. So sorry, that was a little rant.
Interesting. It seems like it's more of a modernist view to basically appeal to the West in a way.
Yeah, so they borrowed from Adi Shankaracharya, who taught a lot of these kinds of things. They chose that one, though, because it enabled them to appeal to the West. And they wanted to compete with Christianity and say Hinduism is one thing, we're a united people. Whereas traditionally in India, people had different views and they identified with their little sect and they respected people from different sects and they peacefully coexisted, but they didn't have to have this idea that we're all Hindus together. It's like you worship Kali, you worship Shiva, I worship Vishnu, and we're all on our path.
So
I disagree with your views.
Technically,
I just, as terms of, percentage, how much of the world today do you think that embraces Hinduism would be represented by Pandit Rami's view versus your view, just out of curiosity?
Oh, I don't know what percentage, but definitely the majority.
Okay,
especially
so
Indians. So,
majority.
like Westerners who practice Hinduism, they're basically Hare Krishnas with few exceptions, at least to my knowledge. But Indians, that just identify ethnically. So a lot of people who would agree with Pandit Rami's views, a lot of people in that camp are Indians who've never really considered their views. Like they think of the Hinduism as an ethnicity. Like they have their food, they have their deities, they have their music, they have their religion. They think it's just part of their ethnicity. Whereas, like for me, Krishna consciousness is a way of life. It's my whole life is divined around dedicating my life to God through this tradition and feeling like I've got the absolute truth handed down in this tradition and trying to understand that and trying to share that.
Now, Arjuna, just one last question from me on this topic, and then you guys can come in. I know you have your own YouTube channel. Do you have discussions or debates with people from Pandit Rami's position, or you don't engage in that type of stuff?
I haven't done that yet, but I would like to. I just
so you would be open to it?
I'm open to that. Yeah, I haven't found anyone. No, I haven't really gone looking. I've asked for maybe one or two, but yeah, if I can find a quality person who can have a nice philosophical discussion, I'd love to host
Rami
that.
Himself?
Yeah, I'd be up for that. I actually emailed him. Somebody emailed me warning me saying you shouldn't come on this channel. They're gonna start debating you. And I'm like, I like a good debate. But they included Pandit Rami in that email. And
I'd like to see you and Pandit Rami debate, but yeah.
Yeah, I'd be up for that.
That would be nice.
That would be good. Yeah, that would be great.
Yeah, if I think this would be a good opportunity perhaps to put the word out there that if there are actually Indian pundits who want to come on our forum, you're more than welcome. This is an English forum, so the requirement is obviously you have this discussion in English. So, there were some people who were telling Arjuna that basically telling us, DawahWise, why you're bringing people who are foreigners, non-Indian ethnicity, to come and discuss Hinduism. And like Arjuna correctly said, it's a way of life, nothing to do with ethnicity. So whether you come from a background of India or China, doesn't matter. I mean, if you follow Hare Krishna, then that is your way of life in a way. And you have every right, regardless of what race, ethnicity, culture, background you come from. As long as you are someone who upholds that way of life, can talk about it, then you're welcome to come on our stream. And we have put out this request, I think, in almost every Hinduism stream that we have done, that if you are from any region of the world, and if you can correctly represent Hinduism, then you're welcome to come. Just send us an email, which is in the bottom right corner there, which is dawahwise@gmail.com. And you will be represented, inshallah, God willing.
What's really I think what's really odd about this, built into that statement, is the idea that unless you happen to be natively Hare Krishna, you're somehow not good enough.
Yeah.
Because that's what's built into that statement, right?
That's racism, isn't it?
Yeah, and which is exactly. I mean, it's the very definition of all those isms, exactly. Okay, so last question, I think, really sort of that I want to really sort of lock down onto is this sort of idea of, I mean, it's one of the big questions that we always ask, and it's this sort of concept of. We didn't really get into it, but okay, there's two questions I have. One is morality and ethics, sin, righteousness, and so on, which is actually quite a big topic. Maybe I don't want to open that up. But linked to it is the idea of, is there a concept of good and evil and heaven and hell that you aspire to, or is there not?
So this earthly realm we would probably compare to purgatory. I mean, you're not going to have like perfect things that map onto the ideas in the Abrahamic traditions, but if there was something like purgatory, it would be life in this world. Hell, so there are described as lower planetary systems where you can be born if you're really sinful, and they're something like here, just more suffering. There's
Okay,
heavenly planets, which are
let me stop
still
there.
in the material realm, but there's more enjoyment, and it's hard to make spiritual advancement there because there's too much enjoyment. You just forget about God. The hellish planets, it's hard to make spiritual advancement because there's too much suffering. This is the best place to make spiritual advancement because there's the right balance of suffering and joy. And there's also described that there's there's temporary places really sinful people go to for punishment before they take a new body, and then there's the spiritual realm. So when Christians talk about heaven, or Muslims talk about heaven, our concept of that is the spiritual world, Vaikuntha, which literally means the place where there's no anxiety. And that's the original spiritual world. And we understand everything material world is a perverted reflection of that. So you get forms, flowers, beauty, food, music, everything in the spiritual world that's here. It's just in its an original pure state. It's satisfying and it's unperverted.
What did you mean by lower planetary forms? What does that mean?
So the descriptions of those places are that the light comes from crystals. There's snakes there that have crystals on their hoods, and those create light.
Sorry,
it's a dark place.
Sorry, but what I meant was, is it in this universe, or is it a separate existence completely? Is it a different realm? So you believe in sort of like a
yeah, it's in this universe.
Scenario. Okay, so it's in this universe.
I mean, there is described that there's multiple universes, but one scholar I was talking to reckons that when the Bhagavatam talks about multiple universes emanating from the body of Mahavishnu who's lying on the corners of the ocean, what it really means is solar systems, because when you look at the description of our universe, the spans that are given basically map onto the size of our solar system. So, and there's one Lord Brahma for each universe. So that would suggest that our Lord Brahma is ruling over our solar system, and it goes south. So there's the disk of the ecliptic, and then there's planets above it and below, and that's called one universe.
But Rama is Krishna, so there's another Krishna for each realm.
So Krishna incarnates in the material world once in a day of Brahma. A day of Brahma is extremely long, and then after that, there's a total annihilation. Brahma is killed, or he enters the spiritual world, or he takes birth again in the material world, and then there's another 100 years of Lord Brahma, the length of his lifespan, of nothing. So this would be like the big crunch. There's the big bang and the big crunch. If we were to say that science could tell us something about it, perhaps this is what it is. So everything expands and then it contracts back down again and there's nothing. Perhaps this is speculating because we don't really know exactly literally what's meant by this, but there's other Lord Brahmas and other universes. So the hellish planets and the heavenly planets, they're within our universe, one Lord Brahma governing them.
Okay. So okay, let me understand.
And this is all the material world, and there's multiple universes in the material world, and then the spiritual world is separate. There's no annihilation in the spiritual world.
Okay, so there's multiple finite universes. First of all, let me understand this. There's a limited number of them, right? Is that number mentioned anywhere in your scriptures as to how many of these there are?
The closest you come to a number is that if our universe were one mustard seed, and you had a bag of mustard seeds, that's how many universes there would be. Okay,
all right. So it's a finite number. Okay, so and each of these universes follows all the rules that we follow, which is that there's Krishna, there's all of the deities,
so Krishna
incarnations, and so on. And
Krishna
so forth.
appears in each universe, and there's so many of them that Krishna is always in one of them. So Krishna appeared here 5,000 years ago, and straight away carried on his pastimes in the material universe, in another material universe somewhere else. And Lord Rama does the same, always appearing somewhere, and while simultaneously also being manifest in the spiritual world.
So he's only in one of these universes at any one time.
And only in one material universe in a particular form. So Lord Rama has his pastimes in one material universe at one time, finishes there, moves to the next.
Okay, so do all of these universes live in the same timeline, or do they have their own separate timelines?
I don't think those kind of detailed questions are really discussed in the scripture, but my understanding would be that it is the same.
What about, do you think there's another Arjuna in another universe?
Another me?
Yes, another you.
Well, no, I'm the only me.
No, I meant you yourself. Your identity, would that be somewhere else, similar identity?
No, I'm only here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let me just
Yeah,
finish
it
the
is said that
question.
when you become spiritually advanced, you can have expansions like that. It's said that a yogi can have up to 9 expansions, or maybe 7. There's a limit. God can have unlimited, but an ordinary jiva has a limit to how many they can do.
So when you say expansion, you mean like they have different lives or at the same
Well,
time?
like I think if a yogi's doing it, they're manifesting themselves in 2 different places at the same time. So
Okay.
if someone's got mystical abilities, they could go to work and play with their kids at the same time, kind of thing. So it is described that the spiritual personalities that are simultaneously in the spiritual world, engaged in Krishna's pastimes in the spiritual world, and with Krishna in the spiritual world, and enjoying Krishna's pastimes in this material world, or and serving in Krishna's pastimes.
So I think, brothers, we should maybe just sort of I think
Go to Q&A?
wrap it up here and
Yeah.
go to Q&A. Yeah, I think wonderful.
Okay.
Thank you, Arjun.
Unless Yusuf and Jake have some points.
Yeah, any
to
other
make,
question?
we'll
But I
go
think
to
let's
Q&A,
open up the
inshallah.
lines. Inshallah.
Right. So while I'm doing the Q&A, you can get a few more points in there.
Any other additions to that? Any other queries that you may have or questions?
So how many years have you been studying Hinduism?
10
exactly?
years.
Is that like full time? Like, do you work and do that part time, or like how consistent is your study?
Yeah, I work. So I work as a Hare Krishna, as an electrician. So I'm listening to lectures all day long. I spent 6 years just listening to Hare Krishna lectures. In the last 4 years, I've branched out and listened to a lot of philosophy of religion and economics and social science.
Okay, and do you have a teacher as well that knows you and you know him? And you spend a lot of time.
People take shelter of a spiritual master, take initiation, and the idea is to have someone you're taking guidance from.
And so you have that now?
Yeah.
Who is he?
His Holiness Hare Krishna Goswami.
Well, you can say one thing for sure: it's not Pandit Rami.
Oh, absolutely, exactly. Yeah.
So how long do you spend with him, roughly? Is it like a weekly thing, a monthly thing?
He used to come and visit for a week, twice a year, and take questions and give classes and so on. Now with COVID, he hasn't been able to come to New Zealand for over 2 years. Thanks the wonders of global communism.
Yeah, so do you have to have the lessons in person, or can you not do them remotely?
People have been doing remote initiations during the COVID hysteria.
What's an initiation?
So the spiritual master chants on the beads that your initiation beads one time, and gives you the beads, gives you a new name, and there's a little fire sacrifice, throwing some grains on a fire and chanting some mantras, little ritual. And the person takes a vow to follow the 4 regular principles and chant 16 rounds of Hare Krishna Maha Mantra every day. And
that signifies what? That you've actually become Hare Krishna, or what does that signify?
So you can be a Hare Krishna without doing that. But when you take initiation, it's more powerful because you're taking a vow to follow it. So there's one benefit there. It's described that the guru takes your karma away, so some of your karma is destroyed. And it just basically situates you in the tradition. But some people ask this question: if somebody doesn't get initiated, can they still go back to Godhead? And I think Krishna is not all about rituals, and it's about our heart and where our heart's situated. So, but at the same time, it's like I heard someone talking like they coach people that were like at the bottom of life, prisoners and criminals and stuff, and many of them don't get married. And he was mentoring this one guy, and the guy was saying, it's just a ritual. What's the point of getting married? It's just a ritual. And he was saying, if it's just a ritual, why don't you do it? So the point there is, if our heart is situated in the right way, then we will take shelter of a guru and take initiation. But, if somehow or other someone's in a car accident before they take initiation, but their heart was in the right place, I'm sure Krishna is going to understand.
So let me say, so you've already converted, which means you're. But then after conversion, there's this initiation. That is that a separate step after conversion?
Yeah,
Is that right?
so you show that you're dedicated, you're following, and
Got
then it's a formal thing where you're making a promise to follow a minimum standard, and
Okay.
with that you get a little bit of prestige in the
So this
society.
is demonstrating
You get given a
commitment.
name.
Essentially, it's commitment.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
And
okay, got it.
yeah,
Okay, Brother Sam. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum, Sam. Nice to see you.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, Brother Muhammad.
Wa alaikum salam wa
Brother
Wa
Jake.
alaikum salam wa rahmatullah. Just very quickly, for the audience out there, we have a full studio at the moment. So if you can't get in, it's because we have a packed studio at the back. So please do be patient. Thank you.
I'm actually going to have to go soon,
Yeah, no, of course. We'll sort of close up.
Try to wrap it up quickly. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll try
Thanks.
to wrap it up quick.
but I
Right,
can
so-
come back on another time.
Yeah, sure. So Sam, you got any questions for Arjuna or any of the panelists?
Yeah, Brother Arjuna. Brother Arjuna, I have a question for you. First of all, I want to thank you for giving us the inside knowledge about the Hinduism, and we have learned your good points from you, brother. Thank you so much for joining
you.
the live stream today.
My pleasure.
So, as you have said that in the early hours, that you said that if a book teaches a good thing, that's a result of that's a good result. It's from the God. Like you gave the example of the manual of the car and the manufacturer. If he makes the car in a better way, then the book is proven to be authentic. And you said the greatest lectures and the greatest books is the proof from the God. So basically, you're saying that all books of Hinduism is basically from God and are the words of God, right? Am I correct?
I mean, there are books. It's described that there's Vedic texts that are for people in the mode of ignorance, Vedic texts for people in the mode of passion, and Vedic texts for people in the mode of goodness. So Bhagavatam and Bhagavad Gita are high-level teachings, and then stuff that glorifies Shiva and accentuates Shiva worship is for people in the mode of ignorance. And Shiva, he helps people in the mode of ignorance. He wears snakes around his neck. He travels around with ghouls and goblins. So it's not that every single piece of Vedic literature is giving the absolute highest teaching. Some are giving a lower level teaching that's targeted at somebody who isn't ready for the higher teaching.
Right, Arjuna. As you said that it can be a word of God, but as you have said that Srimad Bhagavatam is a higher superiority compared to other books after Vedas and Upanishad. So Srimad Bhagavatam says that it is the word of God. It's God-breathed. In one of the verses of Srimad Bhagavatam, if you want, I can quote the verse. It's book 3, chapter 12, verse 39. It says that then the created the fifth Veda, the Puranas and the histories from his mouth, the Creator's mouth, since he could see the all past, present, and future. It's talking about the Brahma. Brahma created this Srimad Bhagavatam from his own mouth, so it's God-breathed. It's a word of God. So as you said that this Srimad Bhagavatam glorifies Shiva, so with all due respect, I want to read few verses and you please let us know that is it really word of God or showing the superiority of Shiva. So in Srimad Bhagavatam, book 8, chapter 12, verse 24 to 33, it says, the verse 25, it says, the Lord Shiva, his good senses taken away by the women, because of lusty desires to enjoy with her, because he became so mad for her that even in the presence of his wife Bhavani, he did not hesitate to approach her. The beautiful woman was already naked, and she was with the Lord Shiva coming towards her. She became extremely bashful. Thus she keeps smiling. So again, in the later verse, it says, verse number 32, it says, just as a maddened bull elephant followed a female elephant who is able to conceive pregnancy, Lord Shiva followed the beautiful woman and discharged semen, even though his semen, discharge of the semen doesn't go in vain. The king, whosoever on the surface of the earth fells the semen of the great personality, Lord Shiva, mines of gold and silver came after appeared it. So can you please tell me that does it sound a godly book or the word of God?
So that pastime is Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who manifested the form of a woman, of Mohini Murti. And so Shiva in that pastime is being attracted to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who's manifested the form of a woman. So he is not lowly for being attracted like that, because he is a devotee of Krishna, and this is Krishna. Krishna can delude us. We are, including Shiva, we are not so great that we cannot be deluded by God. God can attract in a lusty way, even Shiva. And Shiva is so great. There's stories of Shiva being above lust, but not when it's Krishna personally that is attracting him. So in one sense, that's a glorification of Shiva, that he's attracted like that. I mean, of course, it shows Krishna is greater than Shiva. That's one thing we get from that. But yeah, that's a pastime of which teaches us a lesson. The reason that's there is to show Shiva's subordinates to Krishna, and how Krishna can bewilder even Shiva.
Right. So other Purana says about something else about Krishna. As you know that one of the avatars of Vishnu is Krishna as Narsimha. Narsimha is also one of the avatars of Vishnu. You can say that it's one of the avatars of Krishna himself, right? The Narsimha.
Yeah.
When Narsimha was in his highest pride moment, so Shiva took an avatar of Sharabha, and he controlled Narsimha, and he made him humble. So here it proves that Shiva was more powerful than Krishna. So how do you justify? Just now you said that Krishna overpowered Shiva, but in
sorry,
another
what's
Purana,
the verse? What I'd heard, where is that stated?
I guess it's in Shiva Purana and Garuda Purana.
Right. So the Shiva Purana is a book written for people in the mode of ignorance, and so these books that are embellishing the truth a little bit for the purpose of telling people. So it's said, Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita that for those who have lower deities who are worshipping something like the demigods, I make their faith strong in their object of worship. So texts like the Shiva Purana are written in such a way to make the faith of the people who those books are meant for strong in their object of worship. So for people who aren't ready to worship Krishna, who aren't in the mode of goodness or advanced enough or ready for that teachings, they benefit by having strong faith in their worship for Vishnu. And when they become sufficiently advanced and Shiva becomes sufficiently pleased with them, Shiva gives them his real mercy by awarding them Krishna Bhakti.
Okay, thank you. One last question, Brother Arjuna. It's same from Srimad Bhagwatam. If you read book number 9, chapter 14 and verse 4 till verse 9, it says that moon god kidnapped the lords of the prayer wife forcefully and made her pregnant. If you want, I will read the verse. Srimad Bhagwatam, book 9, chapter 14, verse 4. After conquering the 3 worlds, the upper and the middle and the lower planetary system, Soma, the moon god, performed a great sacrifice known as the Prajashya Yagna. Because he was very much puffed up, he forcefully kidnapped Brashapati wives, whose name was Tara. Brashapati said, "You foolish women, your womb, which was meant for me to impregnate, has been impregnated by someone other than me." So here it says that moon god kidnapped forcefully the Lord of Prayer's wife and made her pregnant. So can you please tell me that what moral we are getting out of this?
Are you there, Arjuna?
Did I navigate away?
Did you get the question?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. So this pastime is showing how even the demigods, who are often considered to be so great, they can fall for lust. They can be in Maya and behave like conditioned souls. Like there's all sorts of pastimes where Lord Indra is behaving in less than moral ways. So these show us how anybody can fall prey to Maya. So this helps us to be humble and realize that lust is a very difficult thing to conquer. Even the demigods can fall prey to lust. And this helps us be motivated to take shelter of the sadhana, of the practices and of the teachings of becoming free from lust and from the conditioned, our conditioned state, becoming pure devotees.
And
Do you mind if I ask?
sorry, Yusuf. When you say demigod, how do you define a demigod? Well, what is a demigod?
Demigods probably comparable to the Christian idea of angels.
So they're creations, or are they also like eternal manifestations of Krishna as well? What are they? Sorry, Arjuna, we can't hear you if you're saying anything.
Oh, I just realized I'm using the web browser in Chrome, and sorry, in Gmail. That must be why. Can you hear me right now?
Yes,
Yeah, we can.
yes, there we go.
Okay, yeah, I'm not using Chrome. I'm using Gmail browser. That's annoying.
Okay.
So the demigods are living entities just like you or me. Even Lord Brahma, they're posts that can be occupied by an ordinary jiva. They just happen to be have good karma. Like Lord Brahma is especially qualified because to run the whole universe, you have to be really qualified. So it's comparable to engineers. They're the engineers who run the material universe. Krishna doesn't personally run the material universe. He gets other people to do it, and they're empowered representatives, or empowered to conduct the affairs of the material universe. But they often have a lot of lusty desires, and they exist in the heavenly. So heavenly planets means it's not heaven proper. It's still within the material world, and it's heavenly because it's quite pleasurable up there. And that, like Indra's in charge of the weather, Vayu's in charge of wind, and so on. They run the material universe, but they also get up to a lot of mischief from time to time because they're devotees of Vishnu. They're Vaishnavas, but they're not pure devotees. They still have some material desires, and sometimes as a result they get into some trouble.
All right, does that answer your question, Brother Sam?
Yeah, partially, but I have one more question for Brother Arjun. It's from the same Srimad Bhagwatam. May I ask, Krishna, as you said that he is a supreme being. So when he was child of 1 year, 2 year, or 3 year, was he still in his godly mode? Was he still God in that age?
Yeah, he was God all the time, even as an infant. That's why as an infant he was able to kill the demon Putana, to kill the cart demon Shakatasura, to kill Trinavarta, the wind demon, even though he's just a baby. These demons came to kill him, and this tornado demon took him up in the air, and he just giggling and laughing and punched the demon and fell down to the ground and was there laughing on the ground after falling down, completely unharmed.
Right, but in Srimad Bhagwatam, chapter 10, verse 8, Srimad chapter number 10, verse 8, book 3, sorry, book 10,
10.3.8.
Chapter number 8, verse 31. It says that in the childhood, when Krishna used to get angry, he used to pass urine and poop in a neat and clean places in other houses. Why is that so?
So this is Krishna being an adorable child. So whatever Krishna did increased the love of his devotees. So like one thing he would do is grab onto the tails of the cows, and they would drag him around, and he'd get dragged around the field, and everyone would laugh. Sometimes he would go to somebody he thought was his mother, realize it wasn't mother, and cry and run back to his mother. And everyone, this would capture the hearts of everybody. This is all about loving exchanges and being an adorable child. When Krishna is a child, he's a child in such a way that his cuteness, his attractiveness, his lovingness excels all other children.
But as you see that, it clearly says when he used to get angry, so he used to pass urine and poop in the clean places of others' house.
Anger can be a spiritual emotion. My anger that I have as a conditioned soul isn't a spiritual emotion because it's based on selfishness. But Krishna's anger is not based on selfishness. It's just another emotion that's part of the full spectrum of emotions that are experienced as part of the manifestations of the highest degree of relationships and opulence.
So Arjuna, so these explanations that you're giving, are these your interpretations or are they scriptural?
These are standard Hare Krishna answers. Are they scriptural? So I'm not sure exactly which verses you would use to explain them. I mean, Krishna is described as Bhagavan, the original Supreme Personality of Godhead. Jiva Goswami goes through a detailed treatise where he looks at the qualities exhibited. Nectar of Devotion, which is the translation of Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, breaks down the spiritual emotions, and anger is mentioned, all these different emotions, and it's described how they're spiritual emotions. So, and Jiva Goswami is one of the greatest Indian scholars who's ever lived. Definitely at his time, he was one of the greatest. And he wrote extensively on the subject. So it's there. People can go and study it. These aren't questions I've asked extensively of, but in order to do it apologetic,
got it. So basically, somebody has already sat down and thought through these questions, and an individual has come up with it. Okay, but what I'm asking for is these answers haven't been given by they were not in the original teachings. So when the school was first set up, and we you had Caitanya himself, he didn't come out, he didn't give these explanations. It was done later.
Sorry, I just realized my camera's frozen.
No, that's okay, it's fine.
Was it? I mean, Jiva Goswami was the first generation after Sri Caitanya. So Sri Caitanya came and gave extensive teachings, and Jiva Goswami was the first generation after Sri Chaitanya. So I don't know if he
didn't explain them though. So
no, he did explain it. What Jiva Goswami did was elaborate on it and write it down and formalize it. So Sri Chaitanya did give elaborate instructions.
Okay.
Right. Okay, Sam, I think you've asked quite a few questions, so we'll make way for other people. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Sam.
I'm not sure how many more I can do.
Thank you so much, Brother Arjuna, once again for answering my questions patiently.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Jazakallah khair.
Assalamu alaikum. Right, so we got another guest here. Seeker of Truth, Brother Ahmad. Welcome back. You're muted.
You're muted, Brother Ahmad. You're still muted.
Yeah, hello. Yeah.
Hello.
Hello, Hare Krishna, Arjun. Thank you very much.
Hare Krishna.
Yeah, I'm Anantanitai Das.
Nice.
So very nice to meet you also. I wanted to address Muhammad's question he asked you about, and you said that that you are not sure about it, that Krishna comes later, right? You asked question, right? So in Bhagwad Gita, you see in Upanishads or there is no direct mention of Krishna. So why, in Mahabharat like that? So the answer given to it is that there is an evolution of human intelligence. Okay, like for example, in Satyuga, people did not have elaborate explanation. They were so powerful that, like for example, Brahma, he was only given two syllable, tapa, and just he understood the whole thing just by he heard the word in his ears, tap, and he did tapasya for thousands of years, and then he could see the Lord and create this universe, get the power. So similarly, in Satyuga, people were so qualified that they would understand the Vedic literature and they would question. And this Krishna was always there, but these, like for example, that time, the heavenly were very popular in Satyuga. So people wanted to go to heaven because they had come from heaven. So more you will find in Vedic scriptures, starting from different devatas, the glorification of devatas. Then some said that devatas are not supreme. Who is supreme? Then Upanishads came, they explained about Brahman. Okay, then again the question was raised that how can Brahman like come under the material conditioning souls? So then it was revealed that Krishna, and it is all Krishna's plan, that how he want to reveal himself to this world. So you cannot decide that, oh, it is not in Vedas, that means Krishna was not existing. No, he was existing, but according to person's qualification, these revelations take place. So when the right time comes, Krishna comes and he gave this knowledge, as he says that he gave to son God. Okay, so the knowledge was existing, but after Mahabharat, it became very prominent. You understand? And like, for example, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is Krishna himself, but that was not revealed before, because you should understand that everything is a plan of Supreme Lord. So he and everybody is assisting. The great sages are assisting his plan. They know his plan. So according to how things have to be revealed in this world, the knowledge has to be revealed, because it is not stagnant. It is not static. It is always evolving, always expanding. The knowledge is always expanding. So as the ages go, the revelation are more and more and more. There are more truths. So this is it's not that one book is written that is static. No, because Vedic knowledge is like a tree. Tree keeps growing, like a huge. So it is in the seed form, like that. So that was the and other thing. He was Sam was asking about Krishna's what he does, or Shiva. You should understand Bhagwatam, as Krishna says in Bhagwad Gita, Janma Karma Cha Me Divya. My activities and my birth are transcendental. So you cannot see Krishna's pastime through your material eyes. You have to have proper spiritual training, because the pastimes of Krishna, the plan of Krishna is like a PhD. So first of all, you have to understand your level, that is soul. We are suffering, and then slowly, gradually, we will understand Krishna. So that's why I find in the comments also, oh, Hinduism is too much confusing. This is there, yeah, because a gradual elevation, the more pure your soul is, the more nicely you will be able to understand the Vedic scriptures. But if you are not understanding, that means there is so much contamination of lust, anger, pride, greed, illusion. So that's why it is going above our head. So that is the concept. So more your sadhana, more meditation. So you will see that all the great sages, even Prophet Muhammad, then Guru Nanak, or any you take, first they meditated and then they revealed, the knowledge was revealed to them. So unless we meditate, we pray, and we are sincere, we are clean from this lust, anger, the knowledge will completely be always confusing. That is not. Thank you.
Okay, so I get all of that, and look, every explanation I've heard, I think, said very much some very similar things. But the basic challenge I have is, if God is one and God deserves to be worshipped, that should be the very first revelation. That should be the very first thing. Let me finish my response, please. So that should be clear from the very beginning. Okay,
that
the
is
rest
always
of
clear
the story.
from the beginning.
The rest
so those
of
who are sincere, that is always clear for them. But for those who have something else desire, that is the problem. They will always be deluded.
So Brother Ahmad, let me finish.
Seeker, you gotta let him finish, brother.
Yeah, you gotta let me finish. So look, there's some fundamental beliefs which underpin the theology, right? Now, one of the fundamental underpinnings is that your purpose of existing here is to worship me. I am your Lord. You are my creation. You worship me. That's it, right? Now, if that wasn't revealed until 1486, when Caitanya Mahaprabhu was born.
No, it was revealed 5,000 years back when Krishna came. And then it was also before. That was not that they were not worshipping Krishna. But when a personality comes, a big personality comes, then that becomes popular. That doesn't mean it was not there.
You misunderstand. So I know that Krishna was mentioned, but Krishna was mentioned in previous texts as an incarnation of Vishnu, right? When Caitanya Mahaprabhu came in and he had the realization, he actually theologically established Krishna as the supreme being. This is what I would say 180 degree turnaround, right? Or so for 1486 years and into the past, right? Everybody has been. Let me finish. Everybody has been worshipping an understanding of God that was incorrect. No,
it was not incorrect. There were levels of understanding. So when
they were still worshipping Vishnu,
there is a level of understanding. So when there is a maturity has come, and God knows when the maturity has come, so he appears, because Krishna Prem, it is said that is very rare. Love of God is the most rarest thing. People have hundreds of desires. They don't want to love God because of their contamination. So when there is a proper environment, after searching, people, take birth again and again, search, and then they understand that there is something. Then God, yada yada hi dharma se, Krishna comes, take incarnation, and exactly give the people the exact thing. So people's maturity also is very important. So it was not that so when, suppose in those who are Vedic followers, they would go to heaven, or they had that knowledge. So for them, that direct, because it was Shrutidhar, they were Shrutidhar, means they would once hear. So it was not in a written form. Okay, written form came 5,000 years back when Vyasdev wrote it. So it is just a collection. Okay, and the Puranas and Itihasas are continuation of. So if someone says that, Vedas and Upanishads, there is no mention of Krishna, but who wrote Vedas and Upanishads? Vyasdev. Who wrote Puranas and Mahabharat? Vyasdev. So if he is writing, that is a continuation. So if you say that I will accept half what he has written, half I reject, then that is not a proper thing, isn't it? So everything was there orally, but Vyasdev, he came. So if you say that, okay, in Vedas it is not, Vyasdev has not mentioned, that doesn't mean. It is just a collection. He collected from the revealed sources, and he wrote. And Ganapati, Lord Ganesha, he was a scribe.
Okay, right. So, Brother Ahmad,
so that is the
okay,
concept.
Fair enough. Okay, so this is a different discussion now, but I think we did ask it in passing, which is, how do you know what you have is revealed is true? We did not get to the bottom of this. Not now. Okay, not now, but we can ask it next time.
Can I just make two comments on that?
Yeah.
Sure.
What? Okay, I got to go in 5 minutes.
Sure.
One. So just 2 points on that quickly. One is that people prior to the advent of Bhagavad Gita, prior to the advent of Sri Chaitanya, they still had access in India to knowledge about Vishnu and a path how to get there. And because the idea in these traditions is you have multiple lifetimes, so you can advance a little in this lifetime and then get to the spiritual world and advance further, or take birth again and learn about Krishna more intimately in a future birth. And the other point is, the objection you're leveling here is even more devastating for Islam, because what you're saying is, all these people in India, why didn't they have all the highest revelation about Krishna all this time? So, and then, well, I guess in a small, tiny part of the Middle East, they had knowledge about Allah. But then we still have this question, why didn't all these people in India have knowledge about Allah?
They did.
So there's even a more broad...
Our tradition says,
no, it is a belief.
Every community has received a messenger.
Actually.
Yeah.
No,
okay, so the messenger came into the form of Sri Chaitanya, in the form of Krishna, in the form of Prabhupada.
No, well, we don't say that. No, we don't say that. But I actually, Arjuna, we can have, like I said, we can have another topic.
Yeah, we'll have to do another discussion of this. I actually have to get going. My wife needs to go out.
Can you take one more question or not? Can you take one more?
Okay, let's do one and make it really quick.
Okay, so Ahmad, thank you very much, Brother Ahmad.
Thank you. Hare
Thank
Krishna.
you. Bye bye. One more last guest. We're gonna have to make this the last guest. I'm afraid.
Sorry about that. Yeah, it's been we can go 3 hours.
Hello, Brother Jerry Naser. Hello.
Yes, Assalamu alaikum, everyone.
Wa alaikum salam.
Wa alaikum salam.
So I had a question for Arjuna. You wasn't a Hindu at first. You was a Christian, right?
Yeah.
So what questions did you give to those Hare Krishnas, and what answers did they give you that settled your mind?
So, I mean, the teachings itself said a lot. The questions were rather actually just details about the questions and, trying to understand it deeper. But like the things that it was able to answer was, how we're tiny sparks of the divine, and really we become satisfied by connecting with God, not by things in this material world. That was explained really clearly to me. The process of soteriology, the process of salvation made complete sense, that, by hearing, by coming in contact with pure devotees, we develop an urge to hear their messages. By hearing the messages, by hearing this knowledge about God, we become purified. When we're purified, we develop attachment. And when we're attached to God, then we become free from the modes of material nature. This path of salvation makes complete sense. It's very psychological, cleaning the heart. Whereas what you hear in Christianity is you just profess faith in Jesus and you're saved, and that's all you have to. Of course, there's other versions of Christianity that have more substance. I came in contact with a version of Christianity lacking substance, but in general, in the Abrahamic faith, you do get this idea that it's salvation by commitment to doctrine rather than salvation by a process of cleaning the heart through acquiring knowledge, through eating clean food, eating pure food with clean consciousness, and coming in contact with spiritual energy through chanting the holy names and so on.
So it kind of sounds like, you know, the same aspects, like the same concepts, like who is God and you know, how do I connect to God and all that. Didn't you look into Islam? Because I feel,
no,
I mean,
I never really came in contact with Islam much, but
I suspect you're superimposing Christianity, you know, on the Abrahamic religions. That's what I feel.
I will be the first to admit my ignorance of Islam, but I do know that in Islam there's no description of God in any detail.
Exactly.
Like we practically know God's phone number, we know his address, we know what he does with his free time. There's so much detail given in Islam, and Islam is just like God is great, right?
No,
God is
no,
the
not
judge.
only that. We have 99 names to describe God, but the description of God, the original description in Hinduism, is that God is one. There's nothing unto like him, and with that we agree. We agree in a lot of things.
Yeah, there seems to be a fair bit of agreement, way more than with Pandit Rami. We have 1,000 names of God, 1,000 names of Lord Vishnu, and I think there's even more than that. But yeah, I think we'd have to get at the interfaith of you know where we disagree with Islam, or you know different things we could challenge each other on.
Not
it
as
would
a
be
challenge,
interesting.
but I would advise you to look into Islam with the same maybe curiosity as you did with Hinduism, and I would actually believe that you would find it much simpler, because Hinduism, it feels like it's different from village to village, and it feels like it's been evolved in parallel to that. So this brother says something, the other one says something, and then it becomes a rabbit hole, and both of you are somehow right in. So it's very
it's not that both
confusing.
are somehow right. Most Hindus don't actually know the Vedic teachings very well at all, or the Vedic traditions even. A lot of modern Hinduism is just
but the
from people who
fundamentals.
have heard from people who have themselves not studied. Like Vivekananda never studied the Vedas, and then he went and started basically Neo-Vedanta, which is what most people follow these today. And that was started by someone who himself did not study the Vedas. Whereas, so the diversity of beliefs of within Hinduism doesn't really matter, because all it means is that Indians didn't go around killing people for believing the wrong things, that there wasn't this myopic obsession with doctrinal purity. You were allowed to believe whatever you wanted to believe, and you could peacefully coexist with everyone else.
Again, the believing, killing someone who doesn't believe what you believe, I think that's again superimposing Christianity.
So the only reason why in the Middle East and in the West you find very few religions is because of all the doctrinal purity that was enforced by the sword.
Arjuna, so I just that is untrue. That is not right, and that is a mischaracterization. I've got to be absolutely clear here. I can't have you saying Islamophobic statements on an open discussion session forum that we have here. This is completely wrong. Okay, categorically wrong, and it's historically proven wrong. Okay, it's academically and historically proven wrong. And anybody that says this has an agenda and is biased and has an opinion for a different reason. Okay, so I can't have you saying stuff like this on here.
Just one question to destroy his argument. How long has Islam been in the Middle East?
Yeah, so that's a good point. Islam's very recent. What is it, 700 years?
700?
No, that's wrong. It was in India 700 years. That's what it was.
1400.
So yeah. Again,
So
I admit I know very little about Islam.
Yeah,
So
epistemologically, if you know very little, then be quiet.
Exactly. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
That's the best thing to do. Okay?
My point was,
or maybe you can ask us, and
you can ask us. We're on here, right?
We don't misrepresent Hinduism, and I think
we
it
try
would be
not to.
reciprocal on your side to do the same, isn't it? To not.
I mean, I know there is some amount of violence that goes on for the purpose of doctrinal purity in Islamic countries.
No, we are not supposed to impose our religion.
Sure. It may be that the Islamic teachings are that you're not supposed to do that. I'm happy to grant you that. I'm just saying that there are some
Muslims who do that. Okay, look,
there
are black sheep in Hinduism. So look at the Hindutva movement in India, killing just suspicion of somebody having beef in their fridge, you know. So I think it's you need to understand that if the scriptures teach to kill innocent people, then you might have a point. But in Islam, we have categorically no such thing, because in fact it says if you save one man, it is as if you save the whole of mankind, and if you kill one man, it's as if you've killed the whole of mankind. So it's that grievous actually to make a statement that it's scriptural or not, something like that.
So,
it's not.
I apologize. I think it's totally cool if you want to say this is what Islam teaches and Islam rejects all of that stuff. I think that's awesome, and I'd fully endorse rejecting all of that fanaticism.
So what we can do, Arjuna, is look. I think let's not be disrespectful. We've had a very good conversation so far.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And I want to keep it on good terms.
Let's not muddy that. Yeah.
And the worst thing is bringing in tropes, internet tropes that are
so
validated. Okay.
But the point I was making is that in India, you didn't have any of that. That's why there's people through India who believe a huge variety of things.
The history of India, we can go into it.
Kalinga, look at Ashoka.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so the evidence is you look at different parts of the world, and in India, more than anywhere, you find a variety of religious beliefs.
Yeah, you
and
find
the best way to produce this.
Today we live in a world where
but prior to that, and the best way to produce that is to not have religious violence. That's the best way you can achieve that. So just like I listened to a stream you guys were doing not recently, and you were arguing that Muslims, the proof that Muslims didn't go around destroying temples in India for religious reasons is that there's temples still standing.
Exactly.
So nice argument. Same argument here. The proof that there wasn't religious wars in India is that you find so much religious diversity, more so than anywhere else in the world.
Wasn't making that case. So,
we got off way on a tangent. My point was that it's not a criticism of Hinduism to say that there's a diversity of beliefs, because that's produced by the tolerance of differing beliefs. But you can find the actual teachings of the tradition by looking at the hermeneutics and finding.
So I think the point Brother Jonator was making is.
You need to go.
Okay. I need to go. Okay.
So very quickly, let's just make this point. So the point we were making here is please don't superimpose Abrahamic faith and then treat it like Christianity. This is a significant misnomer and a big mistake. The Abrahamic faith, our only commonality is that we reach back to a personality, Abraham, peace be upon him, as the common element. However, Judaism and Christianity are actually different religions, they don't believe what the original teachings were. This is our position. And so you cannot use that umbrella for all of us.
Yeah, I mean, why would you bring up the statement, the difference between us as fighting and war? Yeah. That's so silly, man. I mean, Christians today, I mean, the reason I ask you how long Islam has been around in the Middle East, 1400 years. In 1400 years, if your statement that if you don't believe what we believe, we kill you, there wouldn't be any Christians. There wouldn't be any Jews. But lo and behold, there are people of different faiths in the Middle East. And we have Islam to thank. Because
there are countries in the Middle East that are only Islamic, aren't there?
No.
What did you say?
I thought there were some countries that were only Islamic.
Yeah, I mean, most of the Middle East, I mean, the majority of the inhabitants in the Middle Eastern countries are Muslim. So what's your point?
It doesn't mean there are not other religions.
So what's your case?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not really making a case here. Like, I don't have like an axe on my shoulder against Islam. I'm perfectly happy to be educated here.
No, of course. But I'm just proving to you. You. You can go out. I mean, you can go to these Islamic countries or Muslim countries and visit churches and say hello to Christians and many other people from different faiths and synagogues. If it is the case, the way that you say it, you wouldn't find it, but you do find it. So,
Right.
All right, great. Thanks a lot, Arjuna. Let's
Thank you, Johnny. So Arjuna, I know you need to go. Thank you for your
I don't
time.
mean to push any buttons. I apologize.
No.
No,
It's
that's fine. But
it's
if
been
you
wonderful
do
talking
have
to you.
questions about
And we'll have a
Islam,
follow-up.
just like the way we asked you questions about Hinduism,
ask
if
us.
you got questions about Islam, you're more than welcome to ask us. We could perhaps arrange one day for you to ask that.
Yeah.
Just like we want to learn from you about Hinduism, which is accurate from the sources. Similarly, you're welcome to ask us about Islam, inshallah.
Come with sincerity. That's all. Come with sincerity.
Absolutely,
The same
yeah.
sincerity you came
for
to
sure.
Hinduism. That's important.
All right, Jazakallah khair.
All right.
Brother
Okay.
Jake.
Jazakallah
Jazakallah khair,
khairan,
brother.
everybody.
Walaikum.
Thank you.
Walaikum salam. Alhamdulillah.
Right,
Okay,
so we got,
I think let's
wanna
close
say
it
hi
here.
to the people?
Arjuna has to go.
all right, Arjuna.
very
Oh,
good.
that's cute.
Hello.
I've
Mashallah.
got my green screen and he's wearing a green frog
Oh,
costume.
no, that's fine.
Look what happened to your
that's beautiful.
costume.
Oh, that's so cute.
Okay, I better go. Cool.
Arjuna, thank you so much. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Great
That's very
discussion.
good. Thanks a lot. Take care.
Take care. So, Brother Hashim, do you want to close up? Any last statements for anyone?
Yeah, do you want to make a closing statement before you go, Arjuna?
Well, great discussion. Thanks for the interesting questions. Different kinds of points that I'm used to being challenged on. And sorry to push a few buttons.
No, that's all right.
And
No problem.
yeah, I look forward to future discussions.
All right.
Absolutely. All in the interest
You're
of opening up avenues of bridges for understanding.
And
Absolutely.
if you have any acquaintances who are maybe Hare Krishna as well, who pundits, if they want to come on our show.
There's one pandit, Dr. Howard Resnick, who I've had on my channel a few times. I think I might be able to convince him to come on.
Yeah,
That'd be
sure. I
wonderful.
mean,
Yeah, thank you,
you got
Arjuna.
my contact. Just reach out to us, and we'll take it from there.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
I won't keep you long because you have to go. I know.
Yeah.
Take
Thanks.
care.
Yeah.
Right. So we got one more person. I think he wants to ask a question, maybe. Right. Bawa, you got a question? You're muted.
Assalamu alaikum, brothers.
Walaikum salam.
Yeah, I just wanted to tell Arjuna, I'm sorry if I'm not spelling his name really good. Actually, I'm a Muslim Iraqi.
Mhm.
And in Iraq, you can find one of the oldest churches in the Middle East. So if you are claiming that the Islam was spreaded by the sword, why do we still see those buildings or house of worship for other religions among us?
Yeah,
Hello?
that's a good point. Yeah. Go ahead.
Alhamdulillah,
Yeah.
yeah, that's a good
Yeah.
point.
Yeah, and the second thing, why do we still have Christians that they are living among us like brothers until today? Why the sword didn't work on them?
Yeah. And to be honest, if you impose your religion or your faith on someone, while the sword or the gun is in your hand, they will say, yes, I believe your religion. But as soon as they go away, then they will go back to whatever is in the heart, isn't it? So you really cannot win hearts and minds by force. And I think the Americans found out that the hard way when they tried to do a similar thing in Afghanistan, in other places. Yes, they couldn't in Iraq as well. I think in your country where they tried to bombard you and try to, impose democracy, in other words. But it's not easy to change the hearts and minds of people, regardless of what ideology you want other people to follow, whether it's democracy, whether it's religion, whether it's something else.
And the biggest evidence that support what you are saying is Surah Al-Kafirun.
Yes.
Yes.
We have an entire chapter that is talking about non-Muslims. They have their own religion, and we have ours. Our religion doesn't force us to force anyone to accept our belief or our religion. All what we can do, like
Brother Hashim said,
give the message of Islam, and the rest, Allahu al-Hadi.
Alhamdulillah. Exactly. I mean, nobody can force you to believe anything. This is
No, of course.
it doesn't matter. Nobody can, if you want to believe, it's because you choose to believe. And that choice is the one that Allah's given you. So Allah says, look, the message is here in this world. I've given you your intellect, your ability to reason, your rationality, your ability to seek out and understand information. If you choose to use those gifts that I've given you in other ways to do other things, you will be held responsible. Now, of course, in our tradition, we know very clearly that if the message of Islam has not reached you in its pristine purity, and you have not understood it clearly, then Allah will give you a separate test in the hereafter, where you will be given a choice, and you will then have another opportunity to say, I believe or I don't believe. So Allah is just. Allah is just.
La ikraha fi din, you know, there's no compulsion in
There's
deen.
no
And
compulsion in religion.
No compulsion in deen, and actually there's a sahih hadith from the Prophet alayhi salatu wasalam, when his uncle Abu Talib died, because he was the one who raised him, but he could not accept Islam. And then when he died, the Prophet said, I wish if I could change your mind. And then the ayah came down from Jibreel alayhi salam that says, إِنَّكَ لَا تَهْدِي مَنْ أَحْبَبْتَ وَلَكِنَّ اللَّهَ يَهْدِي مَنْ يَشَاءُ.
Yeah.
So it's not us. We only can.
Yeah, guidance is only in the hands of Allah. It's not
exactly.
Even
we
if
can
it's
only
when the
deliver
Prophet
the message,
himself
and the rest,
couldn't guide.
it's not for us
if
to
it
force.
isn't, if Allah didn't want to.
Alhamdulillah. I mean, those are beautiful points, Brother Bawa. I mean, I think, and this is how Islam should be spread, like this, you know, calm,
exactly, because
open.
لا يكلف الله نفسا إلا وسعها. Our capacity is not to force.
Yeah, to make an important point here, what we learned from this. So this brother who came onto the show today, you know, Arjuna, I mean, mashallah, he's a good-natured person, but don't forget the kind of people that he's in touch with, he's in contact with. They might be feeding him misinformation. And he was quite frank that he would be the last person to talk about Islam because he doesn't know much about it. Exactly. But these biases, unfortunately, it creeps up sometimes, and that is the reason for this particular stream, you know. So we learn about Hinduism and they learn about Islam. That is the only way we can come to a common understanding between us without any biases, without any prejudices. That's the only way for us to communicate, to learn the truth about your faith, and me to learn the truth about for you to learn the truth about my faith. Yes, and that is how we as human beings are going to build bridges, going to learn to stay with each other in a way which is, I think, where we can tolerate each other. You know, otherwise we'll be at loggerheads for for a very long time. So if you look at India, before certain elements came and started stirring up the violence and the misinformation, you know, this is what it led to. It led to a lot of bloodshed, unfortunately, for people who are poor, who cannot defend themselves, who are the minority. They get passed up by these people who have been, in a way, they have been misinformed and disinformed about the Muslims, about their faith. So it's and similar things happen in other places as well. People, for their political reasons or whatever reasons it is, they try to stir up trouble so that they get elected. It's all the bottom line is either for money or power or some greed, something like that most of the time. So let's try to understand each other through conversations, through mediums like this, where we can understand each other and try to have an objective reasoning rather than try to just be emotional about it.
Of course, but I have another point just to make, please, if you allow me.
Go ahead.
I'm thinking that we are, as Muslims, we are not responsible for the ignorance of the others. For example, I don't want to be rude or something, but the Hindu brother who said that Islam was spread by sword, and then he says, I don't know much about Islam. For me, this is like mixing honey with poison. You know, like throwing some bad words about Islam and then saying I don't know much. So that's not allowed. He should learn and then start to speak about.
Absolutely,
and this is, I think, good advice to everybody out there. I think even for us as well. I think if you're going to speak about a topic, at least take the time to learn the topic.
At
from
least
its
you have to at least have some knowledge about what you are talking about. Otherwise,
exactly.
you are misrepresenting us before millions of people. I don't know how many people are watching this, but with time, probably it will be millions of people. And also, some of those millions who will be watching this video in the future, if they are ignorant, they will accept his word immediately. You know,
I mean, inshallah, that won't happen. I think, you know, our streams are clear enough that we make it clear. Inshallah, that won't happen. You know,
of course, but I hope that.
But I
you
understand the sentiment,
my
brother. Of
point.
course, I understand it. I get the point. You know, this is why removing misconceptions, you know, clarifying doubts, opening up avenues of conversations is why we do these channels. You know, we are doing our bit, and it's a very, very small bit. I mean, it's the best we can do given the resources that we have. And I think, you know, what we need to understand is this responsibility is for all of us. Everybody who's listening to us here, this responsibility is on you as well. Even if you share that one statement, educate that one person a little bit more than they were educated yesterday, overall, everything will improve. And I think, you know, that's the only thing we can do, inshallah. Exactly.
So
yeah, convey from me even one ayah.
Yeah, even if you know one ayah, exactly. So we should take that to heart and do it for ourselves. So we're doing our part, inshallah. If you can do your part as well, then I think together we will create a much better world, inshallah. Jazakallah khairan, brother. Thank you for joining us.
Brother. Thank you very much. I wish you guys a good night. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you.
Right, so we got one more person.
Brother Salman.
Okay, Salman, you want to make a point?
Hello.
You're muted. Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Hello. Yes, I can hear. So the person the most of the Hare Krishna people. So he was.
Sorry, brother. Are you a Muslim?
Yes, I'm Muslim.
Yeah.
I'm
Where
from
are the
India.
salams?
So
Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
Okay.
So the Hare Krishna people are heavily involved in like a RSS politics. They give money to them. So the person who was there and don't know much about the political stuff, I highly doubt it. I think, you know, basically, and most of the Christian Hare Krishna cult people, they believe Krishna like a Aryan Jesus. They don't like the Abrahamic religion, so they want to switch to the more like a refined Jesus Christ. So, and the cult is Hare Krishna cult. The Krishna cult was not older than the 15th or 16th century. He was the Krishna was not a supreme god in Vedas or in any authentic Hindu text. He became he was actually a demon in the original Hindu text, and later he became a supreme god, and it was developed by Prabhupada, Acharya Prabhupada. You can Google him, and he made this cult famous. And most of the stuff most of their doctrine do not come from original source. So they made up most of the stuff. They stole heavily from Muslim. One of the and I like to point out that the greatest devotee and the devotee of Krishna was a Muslim writer, Muslim poet, and I think you know about his name. If you are familiar with Indian history, medieval history, so he was a poet and he was famous. Kabir. Kabir was a big Krishna devotee, and he wrote verses about Krishna. So I like to inform the brother who was here about I think he doesn't know much about Indian history, Indian politics, and how Hinduism work. Hinduism is not a authentic religion, and the God is not mentioned in any Hindu scripture. I like to clarify, as somebody mentioned, that Allah is mentioned in their religion. Their religion is wholly political. It's not authentic religion. It's not from God. It's heavily politicized religion, and most of the people, Hare Krishna people, are like that. Like Tulsi, the Gabar, and all those people, they are Nazi. They believe in Krishna, so they
All
are
right,
bigoted people.
brother Salman.
Brother
I think
Salman, yeah.
you need to
Thank you.
calm down because we
Look,
don't have
Okay.
any. We
this is
don't have
a
a Hindu here to
theological and
defend.
philosophical channel,
Yeah.
not a
Yes.
channel for. Look, at the end of you're entitled to your opinions.
Yeah.
That's fine. I've got to say, this is not the opinions of this channel.
Okay. Sorry.
We only share information that we have validated. Okay,
Yeah.
everything you've
That's
said
my
here,
opinion.
we have not
That's
validated.
Yeah.
So
Exactly.
these are your
That's
opinions
my
only,
opinion. That's
and
my
you're
opinion.
entitled
Huh?
to them. Okay, thank you.
That's
So
my
before
opinion.
you
Thank you,
start
brother.
calling
you.
religions that they,
Yeah.
I think, look, Allah has asked us not to make fun of
Exactly.
No.
other gods
Yeah.
besides Allah, even if they believe that, because this is something as respect, from ourselves. If you're going to curse the religion or curse the
No,
gods,
I'm not cursing their religion. And you
well,
should
when you call it
invite
my friend, when you call it a cult,
yeah.
they won't like it. So they're going to call your religion a cult. When you say something about that God, they're going to say something about Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
Yeah.
So let's try to be respectful, inshallah, because otherwise,
and
we will never get any kind of
Okay.
discussions.
I have one request. You should ask more religion and other people to come and have a dialogue with other religion like Sikhism and Zoroastrianism
we will do, Brother Salman. We will do, but we need to first
And do
of
you
all
have
address.
Urdu podcast? Do you have Urdu podcast?
We don't have an Urdu podcast yet, no, but
Okay.
we're working
So
on that.
you should have a
Inshallah.
Urdu podcast so we can
Inshallah.
talk in clear
Please
language.
make dua.
Inshallah.
Inshallah, please make dua.
Inshallah.
So this is the ayah which you should actually read in the Quran in Surah Al-An'am. Allah says, "Oh believers." Who are the believers? The Muslims, yes. And this is a special message for the Muslims. It says, "Do not insult what they invoke besides Allah." So if they invoke Krishna or Ram or whoever, whichever God, yes, or they will insult Allah, because if you start insulting that God, they'll insult Allah spitefully out of ignorance. And this is how we have made each people's deeds appealing to them. Do you understand?
Exactly.
So this is a hukum from Allah. It's not from me or from Yusuf or from Muhammad here. It's from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in chapter 6, ayah number 108. So please, you live in India, I'm assuming?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. So, you have to live amongst them. You
Yes,
can't start this kind of animosity, because what will happen then is the situation we have now, tit for tat. What is going to end in bloodshed? And we see this every day, don't we?
Exactly.
So let's rise above. So even if they are doing something wrong, they are not our teachers. Who is our teacher? The Prophet ﷺ. Okay, he's our teacher.
And Allah is the patient, brother, as well.
Yes.
Yeah, Allah give you sabr, inshallah.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean you let them oppress you. So try to stand up for yourself as well. Obviously, you do it in the right way. And this is something which is $1 million question, isn't it?
Yeah, Brother Salman, we do it with truth, with hikmah, and with knowledge. This is how we fight back, right? How we respond, right? You don't respond by doing, these sort of baseless sort of allegations. Now, look, at the end of the day, I think a lot of this is emotional. We understand. And I think the best thing would be that if you want to have a separate conversation, please drop us an email. We'll be happy to have a chat with you if you feel that would be helpful.
Do you have an official email? You can drop it
it's
in
on
the chat.
Bottom corner of our screen. We'll share it with you. You can email us. But just to be absolutely clear to everybody, we don't endorse these kinds of opinions on this channel, nor do we propagate discussions like this, because we it's the hukum of Allah that we don't.
Away from politics.
Exactly, we stay from it.
It just gets ugly.
Of Allah. Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. So this is our email. You're free to email us anytime.
Okay.
And if there are any Hindus listening out there, and if you know any gurus or any pandits or any acharyas who would like to represent Hinduism on this channel, please do get in touch with us. Jazakallah khair.
Jazakallah khair.
All right, Brother Salman. Thank you very much.
Wa alaikum salam. I think last caller for the evening.
Yeah.
Okay, Jazakallah.
Hello there, Rushi.
Hello, guys. Can you hear me?
Yes. How are you?
No.
How are you, and where are you calling from, and what is your position?
UK. So it was quite fascinating to understand different perspectives. So I was just got interested.
Brother, are you Muslim or Hindu?
You can say Hindu. Yeah, Indian more than.
I think
Hindu.
you came on our show once, right? You came before. I remember you. All right, carry on. Go on.
Okay, carry on. Okay, thank you.
No,
I don't.
Last time last time I came with respect to, because what gets me excited is the way the India is portrayed here, saying that I think the Hashim mentioned that there is a persecution of minorities as such, but the recent case what we heard is in India, which doesn't get reported in international media, is that a Hindu got killed in India, and he made allegedly a blasphemous comment. So we have to be very careful when we try to make a tropes against India, saying that there is a persecution of minorities, because there is no such
Do you
thing.
deny that,
If you go to
Rishik? Let's be fair. Do you deny the persecution of the minorities in India?
Yeah, and just so you know as well, the comment that you just made, the fact that there are maybe a case or so here and there, where a Muslim has committed a crime, it doesn't follow from that there's no persecution of Muslim minorities.
And we condemn it. Look, if a Muslim commits a crime, and he's been actually there's evidence for that, then it's not something that we're going to support. A crime is a crime. Yeah.
No. I have only problem with the word persecution, because persecution implies there is a systematic persecution. If a random act happens, which is very tragic, which there is no justification for it, but when you say there is a persecution of minority, it has a trope attached to it. So that's where I'm trying to point it to.
Roshi, let's take the case of the Ram Mandir.
Yeah.
Do you agree with it? The destruction of the Babri Masjid?
Yeah, that is a criminal offense.
Okay, so were the minorities persecuted? The people who were the ones who actually were in that region, were they even destroying the place of worship is considered persecution? Do you agree?
In a philosophical say, yes, you can say that. But when you say persecution,
don't get philosophical. You came here with a political point, with an ideological point, not philosophical point.
Okay, I will stick with the political, because the thing is, what is happening is that in India, the Western media doesn't tell you that. Is that in state of Andhra Pradesh, 120 temples were desecrated. A 400-year-old statue of Rama was beheaded. Does that mean should we call it a persecution of Hindus?
When was this?
Last couple of years, and it's not been underreported, obviously.
So you're saying, wait a minute, you're saying how many temples were destroyed last couple of years?
Not destroyed, desecrated, looted, and one 400-year-old statue was beheaded.
Okay, so which Indian media reported this?
In India.
Yeah, which Indian media?
Like grassroots media, local level, vernacular language.
There you go.
But
so you're
does that
saying
mean, is it
even
false?
your own media is against
false?
you now? Is that what you're saying? Even your own media, the Indian media is
against you?
No,
it's not against you. It's selective. It's never against.
Indian media is selective.
Look, brother Rishi. Look. At the end of the day, the media. No. If your local media is not reporting it, how do you expect us in the UK to hear about it?
That's what I'm saying. I have no issues at all with you guys.
So this is a media
as such.
I mean, we don't control the media.
Maybe your claim. We don't know. We can't judge it, can it?
No, you're right. But what I'm trying to tell you with all sincerity and humbleness with honesty is that in India, there are issues which are happening where all the communities, irrespective of religions, are getting, I will not use persecuted, but attacked or affected.
I think you're being
please. No, let me complete.
Because minorities are being persecuted. I don't think the majority are.
Minorities in India, there are 8 religions in India which are thriving nowadays. So when you use persecution, that's a very serious offense you're making. So it has to be backed up with that amount of evidence. Because
why do you think major news media like the BBC reported, when they actually have video evidence of not only this hatred being spread throughout India right now, especially in the places like UP, where you have people like really staunchly against the minorities there, they have video evidence of that. Are you saying all that is just false?
No, I'm not saying false. No, I'm not denying anything.
You're denying persecution of the minorities. That was your first point.
I'm focusing on the word persecution because it has a very specific connotation.
Right, do you want me to define it for you? Let's define persecution.
Persecution is a systematic, legally, socially, socially, Please let me complete. Can I please?
Let's get a proper definition.
Can I please complete? Can I please complete?
Okay, you can after
We're going
this.
to get the definition because you keep saying you've got a problem with the definition. Let's read the definition.
Yes,
and you tell me where it doesn't
because
apply.
it is counter to the facts and objective facts.
Well, let's read the definition, and then you tell me what exactly is it counter to the facts. So persecution defined as hostility and ill treatment, especially because of race or political or religious beliefs, oppression.
Yeah.
Right. So how does that not apply?
Where's that from, Yusuf?
That's to Google. I can get it on Merriam-Webster.
Yeah, okay. So this is the official dictionary definition of persecution. It is there's no definition in there of it has to be institutional or systematic. Those are words
what
that
you're talking
adding.
to India, right? With respect to India, what you're actually pointing to. No, please let me respond now, because what you're actually pointing to is the actual law and order issue. And to understand the law and order issue in India is a vast country where you think that minorities are persecuted, which is not supported by facts.
No, that's
what
Brother
I'm
Rishi.
trying to say, because
One minute. So, Brother Rishi, I don't understand what point you're trying to make.
He doesn't know himself.
You're either defending a position or you're against a position. What's the point you're trying to make here? I don't understand.
He's saying that there's no persecution, but there is.
He's in denial of the persecution of the
No.
That's what I'm saying. So state your case. What is the premise that you're defending?
Okay, let me define. I'm not denying anything. I do not deny anything. Anything happens, that happens.
Do you disagree with the definition that's on the screen?
No, okay, let me finish. What I'm trying to say is that it's.
Do you agree with that definition?
First of all, do you agree with that definition? First of all, let's start there.
Yes, I agree with the definition. But what I'm gonna say, you're not gonna agree with what I'm gonna say, which is a fact. Can I say that now?
Depends what you say. Go on.
If you're saying that a particular community is being okay, let me read it. Hostility and ill treatment, especially because of race and political or religious belief and oppression. But the problem here, I'm trying to gain is that only the one side is told that, because the logic or please let me complete, guys.
No, because you're talking crap. One side is
because you're not understanding. You don't understand about India. Please.
You don't understand it.
What I'm trying to say is that when you say the word like persecution, then you cannot ignore the other facts also. So are you saying that when a Hindu is killed in India, it's not been because then no, I'm actually very sympathetic. Try to understand what I'm trying to say here. Let me complete. Because there are cases like Lavanya in Tamil Nadu, who was tortured because she didn't want to convert out of Hinduism, and there is a documented case in Gujarat, a Hindu man got killed. Does that mean you're going to say that it is a persecution of Hindus?
Because it was a hostility, then
show us some evidence.
It is a hostility because she was a Hindu.
Right, if that occurred, then by definition it would be a persecution.
Yeah, exactly.
What's your problem?
Who documented it?
What's the difference here? So we're saying, yes, that would be considered a persecution. You're saying,
I'm not,
and you're acting like these aren't even being pulled on the news. You're talking crap.
I'm not crap. Let me complete. What I'm saying that you're only telling one part of the story, but not the other.
It's not.
And hence you're kind of a stereotyping India.
That side of the story that you keep going on about there. The Indian media is flushing that all over the place, mate. Don't talk like it's not in the news.
If you mention India and if you don't mention the full context and full the data, that means you have a bias against India.
Stop talking nonsense.
Okay,
it's not nonsense because I'm
hold on. One second here, Rishi. Do you know that Britain actually banned Modi from coming to the UK? Do you know why?
Yeah.
Why? Go on. Let's see if you're honest and sincere. Let's see if you're honest and sincere.
I think it's related to 2002.
Yeah, but why was he banned? Go on, answer that question.
What's the reason?
Yeah.
Say it. What's the reason?
I have not studied that case with respect to UK.
Oh, you studied every other case, but you haven't studied that one.
Yeah.
All right, goodbye, mate.
You're
How does it
informed on
affect
everything
you?
else, but not that one. Okay.
Your-
I'm sorry,
your
you're not
insincerity
genuine. I'm
has
sorry.
been found out now.
This is
No,
not. This
that's
is not
not
very
genuine.
good. You're not
That's a
sincere.
straw man
That's not
argument.
genuine. That's why
No,
we're
it's
talking
not.
to
You're
you.
not being sincere. I'm sorry.
You're a
I'm being
muppet.
sincere. If I don't
No,
know,
you're not.
that
You're
means
not.
I don't
You've
know.
just said one of the reasons a major government denied the entry of a political leader from another country. You're aware of everything else. 1400 years ago, what happened? Which temple broke? You're aware of that, and you don't know what happened in 2002. That is the
But that's a
most
straw man
disingenuous
argument.
comment I've ever heard.
No.
Okay,
No,
and by
that's
the
a
way, it
straw
wasn't
man
just the
argument.
UK; it was
No,
the
it's
US
not.
as
You're
well.
ashamed, aren't you? You're ashamed to
No,
admit.
I'm not ashamed.
So, no,
It's
okay.
if you want to ban him,
leave.
it's fine. He's
I'm
a
sorry.
I think
political
this
leader
is
anyway.
Okay,
exhausted.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Rishi. You're gonna have to go. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
In a bit.
You know, I don't like insincere people. If you want to come here,
That was just
make a point. At least be sincere. You know, at least be upfront about it. If you're going to deny everything, every major thing that even the UK government and the US government acknowledges, do you think they have no evidence to ban people? They just ban people nilly-willy? No, they don't. All right. So goodbye, Mr. Rishi. Right. I think we need to close down now, inshallah.
Alhamdulillah. I think that was a great. I think we should close down now. But Jazakallah khairan for everybody that hung on to the last moment. We thank you very much. It was, and I think it was a very good session. I think we'll probably have a follow up with Arjuna, inshallah. And Brother Mansoor will be back. I'm not replacing Brother Mansoor. I can't replace Brother Mansoor. Inshallah, make dua that I've done the best I can, and that we can continue. And I'd like to thank Brother Jake, who came on, alhamdulillah, and Brother Yusuf, who is still on, even
I've
though
been a bit of a backseat.
alhamdulillah. So, Brother Yusuf, I'll hand over to you, please. Any comments you'd like to make about the event today?
Apologies for not really saying much. I've just
yeah,
sort of listening. But for me, I don't know. So when I like what was his name again? I can't remember.
Arjuna.
Yeah, he's a nice guy.
Yeah.
And it was nice getting the opportunity to like hear, I guess, his side of the story, etc. The only thing I would sort of maybe push back on a little bit would be the notion that he was putting forward as if the Hinduism is a sort of clear and distinct, it's equivalent to a basic belief. And I don't really see that being the case at all, because Hinduism for the most part is very much, in terms of history, has been isolated to the subcontinent. It's only recently it started to sort of move away from there. Now, when
He's
it comes,
still watching us, Arjuna. Okay, interesting.
Oh,
yeah. So here's the thing. Here's the thing, Yusuf. If you look at Sanatana Dharma history, number one, it was never an evangelical religion. They don't have a concept of evangelizing their faith. Secondly, they actually were restricted historically in their teachings from even going abroad beyond the shores of their country. They have this concept called Kalapani. When you cross this threshold, you actually lose your caste and you lose your Hindu nature, as it were. Right? I mean, this is very simplifying.
Hindu identity, yeah.
Your Hindu identity, exactly. You lose that. So basically, you couldn't leave. You were sort of theologically, structurally forced to stay within the boundaries of whatever the boundary of the Sindhu River sort of painted in the country. Then within the geography, what you had was this tolerance of, as long as the teaching came from the Vedic teachings, then the outcome, i.e., the exegesis, or let's say the tafsir, could be whatever you wanted it to be. And as long as you sort of anchored it back to somehow these teachings, you could sort of stand up and say, well, I represent a new line of thinking. And they accept this. I mean, this is perfectly fine. So this is the challenge you have, is when you try and talk to them, you got to pin down, okay, which stream, which bit of what it is you believe, don't believe, how much of it do you take, and then it becomes a really deep conversation very quickly.
Yeah, well, I guess the issue with that as well is it's sort of impossible to pin down the unpinnable, and like if that's the methodology which they sort of implement historically, then you can see why all it takes is ego to sort of get in the way of that, and it can develop in a legitimately religious way with ego entailed into that interpretation. Whereas, like, for example, with Islam, we have this very stringent theology where if anyone goes against a consensus, it's considered highly problematic straight away. We have reference to Quran, the Sunnah, to the Salaf, those who were the companions of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and what they said on certain matters and things like that. So there's not room for the ego to wiggle in here and to take it in a particular route. And so you can pin it down with a lot of things with regards to what is being said here. Whereas I guess obviously it's I don't know, like it's a very creative religion, we'll say. And it sort of allows for that creative adaptation.
It does. They have a concept within their teachings of sort of what are the goals of human life. Okay, they call it purusharthas, and they have this idea that there's 5 things that the human being or the human life should pursue. And it sort of goes down. I don't think it's a hierarchy. It's just listed, but it says one of them is satisfying the desire for pleasure, acquiring worldly possessions, deserving religious duties, achieving moksha through God realization, and then ultimate goal is to achieve that moksha. That's it. That's the goal that you need to. That's salvation essentially for them. So sense pleasure, which is one of the key goals of human life, to me sounds very utilitarian. Sounds very liberal. It's almost like it was liberalism before liberalism was sort of finalized here in the West. They already had a concept of it, which is be happy, pursue something that makes you happy, anchor it to some kind of religious observance, and as long as you can do that, then you're good. And if you don't get it right this time, you get another chance next time round.
It's funny you say that, because I've heard many Hindus sort of use this to talk about how like they were the first liberals or they were the first.
There you go.
XYZ. And yeah, which is funny because I often, and if that's true, that would make liberalism older than Islam. And I've often heard as well atheists bash Islam for being backwards because of its being old. And it's like, well,
actually, this is worth exploring, by the way, because I've had this inkling for many, many years now, and I want to get to the bottom of it. But really, what it boils down to is this idea that there is no sense of sin in Hinduism as such. The way we understand it.
Well, right? This is what I wanted to mention because, when there was a brother, he was reading out something questionable, and the Hindu, what's his name? I keep forgetting. Sorry,
Arjuna.
Arjuna.
Yeah.
His explanation of that was interesting because he said that this is something that when we read it, we should allow ourselves to become humble by it and see that this is something everyone has to deal with, even the demigods, etc. Now, there was I wrote about this idea or this problem manifesting in polytheistic religions where there's multiplicities, and I wasn't talking specifically about Hinduism necessarily, but more with like the ancient Greek religions and Thor, etc., and in the Scandinavian religion. And what I know, and this is something that other people notice as well, is that it's not necessary that this is something that would humble you, but it's something that you could justify bad deeds with. I think this is something even Socrates was saying about the Greek religions, is that, how can we tell people that this is bad and that they shouldn't do it when the gods themselves do these things? And it becomes a divine act by the facts of the matter that the divine is partaking in these particular things. So like, for example, when we're talking about how we should live our lives and what we should do, we're doing that based on what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is commanding of us. And obviously we're referring to things like the Hadith, the Sunnah, and the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And you get my point. It's that like
no, absolutely. I think the point is if your divine standard is one where your animalistic instincts are allowed to run free and just be allowed to do what they do in pursuit of supposedly learning a lesson or be educated, then where do you draw the boundary? There are no boundaries.
Yeah, that exactly. And on that, if we've mentioned before already that there is room for creative interpretation, then how is interpreting these acts as divine not a legitimate interpretation? Especially if you have a case where Hindus do partake in certain activities, because they've found examples of these things taking place within Hindu scripture. Now, obviously, I'm not going to say that these are doctrinal, but that's the problem with Hinduism, in that it's very difficult to pin it down and say what is doctrinal, what is the right way.
There isn't. I mean, based on their teachings, they don't really have a creed. There is no doctrine as such, and there is no.
He did make it sound like he did hold on to some sort of.
No. So here's the thing. So post 19th century, post Enlightenment, and post the influence of sort of what I would call Oriental sensibilities or Orientalist sensibilities, let me call it, there was like a revivalist Reformation movement that went on across various streams of Hinduism, where they tried to, first of all, the influence of the Orientalists, who tried to really categorize Hinduism with this Abrahamic lens or the Christian lens, by saying, okay, let's find some books, let's find a creed, let's find like a holistic understanding of what it means for salvation and so on. And so they used these instruments to try and interpret this tradition that was like 5,000, 6,000 years old. And so they did exactly what they did to Islam, was they went in, didn't bother asking anybody, interpreted everything according to how they felt it should be interpreted, and then wrote about it from their armchairs, right? So they fell foul to the same Orientalists that did the stuff to Islam. So I understand that there was an issue there. However, unfortunately, what then happened was, because of their very liberal understanding of what is acceptable and not, they actually almost
equip themselves to deal with that.
Exactly. Yeah, they sort of just evolved. They said, oh, fine, if this is how we need to respond, let's just create a set of traditions where we will allow converts. We can go abroad. We can leave India. We can go evangelize. So Hare Krishna came over in the 60s, 70s, or the Hare Krishna movement came over in the 60s, 70s. Things that historically would just not have been seen as classic, Sanatana Dharma tradition. And they actually they almost sort of ameliorated this understanding to say, oh, actually, everything you're saying is right. We're the ones that got it wrong. Okay, well, and they responded. They almost like reflected back what the Orientalists were asking for. And they said, well, there you go. Here's a set of books. Here's a creed. Here's an understanding. Are we now the same as you? And that created a reaction in the subcontinent, of course. And this is what Arjuna was talking about. It created a splinter where there was one set that went off and tried to do this, almost this sort of, we are like you. And the other set, no, we're traditional. We're going to do what we should be doing. And then that splintered off again, where they became, for the first time, as in Islam, there is no priesthood. There is no Catholic sort of Vatican equivalent in Hinduism. But with Hare Krishna in particular, there is an institution, there is a priesthood, and it's very, very Catholic sort of Vatican style of leadership as well, where you need to have permission from senior priests, let me call it, before you can supposedly get married, before you can do certain things. You've got to stay within certain boundaries. And you can see how that influences, that Orientalist influence has now manifested itself differently in this environment.
This is interesting because before becoming Muslim, I did try to approach Hinduism, but it was just so confusing to me. It was just too fractured, and there wasn't really anything I felt like I could grab hold on to. There was one particular author.
Arjuna is back.
Nice.
Hey, Arjuna, hello.
Perfect. So
you missed us already.
I was listening. I was watching the kids and getting lunch ready for them, and I was listening at double speed, so I've caught up now.
All right, okay. So you went for the babysitting duty, I see.
Good man.
Now I'm watching the kids, but they're
Okay.
entertained, and
That's
my wife's
fine.
gone out.
That's fine.
Arjuna, can I ask you?
I just wanted to comment quickly on the point about Isckon and the management.
Yes.
Yeah,
go ahead.
So
Yeah, please
there is a kind of top-down thing that Isckon, like they decide who can initiate, who can be a guru, and there's certain things like that, and they do give some doctrinal pronouncements. But there's a pushback on that because you don't find that into the tradition, and it is added
Absolutely
in.
right.
Like,
yes.
Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, who's Srila Prabhupada's guru, he said something to the effect of religious organization is like a necessary evil, because once you get organization, it institutionalizes things, and it really the spiritual life happens at the grassroots. So picking who your guru is, it's a more organic thing. So deciding who can initiate, who can't initiate, that's up to the disciple to decide who they want to take shelter of. So there's some pushback on that, and there are some real shortcomings that come from an institution. But it's beneficial having a religious organization for various reasons. We can unite together. You can go all over the world, and you get like a similar kind of morning program and different things. You can meet different people, and they believe more or less the same things, and you can basically have immediate family anywhere in the world you go. So there's real benefits. It's not splintered. There are splinters, but just wanted to comment on that.
Well, so we have that in Islam. We've had it for 1400 years, and there's been no institution behind it. Alhamdulillah.
Nice.
But no, really.
Maybe we can learn from you.
No, so really.
Just say ashhadu.
Just say it now. Ashhadu Allah ilaha illallah. No, but really, I travel quite a lot, and I've traveled pretty much, east to west, north to south, and any country I go to, all I've got to do is find the nearest mosque and walk in, and I've got a ready-made community anywhere in the world. Alhamdulillah. And this is the beauty of Islam, right? But one thing I wanted to pick up on, first of all, structure and organization is a good thing. We agree. And in fact, it's one of the strengths of Islam, alhamdulillah. However, one of the challenges, and this is one of the interesting insights I got from when I was researching for this discussion with you, is Isckon, when it first went over in the 60s, was actually accepted by the free-thinking hippies. Okay? Now you got to actually follow this through, think this through very clearly. These free-thinking hippies were actually reacting against the institutional organization and the corporate world they found themselves in post-Second World War United States. Vietnam was just happening, or was just in the process of happening. There was this huge reaction post-war, and what they did was they discovered this sort of esoteric, exotic religion from the East, the truth that apparently nobody had told them about before, and they all jumped on it. Literally within a couple of years, these free thinkers found themselves as managers, middle managers, directors, essentially of this corporate environment that was earning money, that was making money, and they had to run this thing, right? And I just find it so ironic that the very thing they were running away from, this is exactly what they ended up making on the other side.
Oh, that always happens. People are, like the revolution, overthrow capitalism. We're going to bring in this other system, and then the people that bring in the new system often end up being more authoritarian than the people they overthrew.
This is political science 101, by the way. This is political science 101. It's like, how did you not know that this was not going to happen? How could you not have missed it? But here's the challenge, though, and I think to your point, Arjuna, I really like the point, which is, but this is not tradition. And the question then is, and this goes back to the opening question we asked in our program, is how do you know what tradition is and what truth is if you haven't got an anchor to anchor that truth against?
Yeah, because it doesn't. The issue here seems to be that the tradition itself allowed for the manifestation of this particular kind of problem.
Right.
And I don't know, obviously I'd love to hear your sort of pushback on that, and whether you think that the tradition itself did allow for these problems and this schism that you mentioned earlier to manifest.
These problems you get with any new religious movement. I'm sure, like Srila Prabhupada, there's like the charismatic phase and then the post-charismatic phase.
That's right. Yeah.
And then hopefully things mature. So it would have been a similar dynamic after Muhammad left the post-charismatic phase and figuring out the organizational structure and who's going to be the leader. And not. So I don't know if there's really a solution you can have other than this is just what happens. Srila Prabhupada was a charismatic leader, started the Hare Krishna movement.
Good point. So in Islam, you see, the schism, as we call it, the Shia schism, happened around 30 to 40 years after, right? It wasn't like the next day, right?
Yeah.
I think what we have with the schism with Isckon, for instance, was almost, I mean, the passing of, I forget the leader. Who was the American leader who passed away?
Well, Srila Prabhupada was from India, and he founded the Hare Krishna movement.
That's
in the
right,
West.
in the US, exactly. What was his name?
Prabhupada.
Prabhupada, that was it. So Prabhupada, when he died, or when he passed away, I think immediately there was a leadership void. And it was to the extent that even though they had gurus devotees that could step in, from what I remember, the challenge was no direction was left. So Prabhupada himself didn't leave a manual of how to manage these things, right?
I can't believe how much homework you've done. I'm impressed.
Yeah. Look, I've told you before, Arjuna, we don't misrepresent other people. It's one of our. It's a pillar of faith for us. Okay, Islam tells you not to do this thing. So if we do the homework, we do the homework. So here's the thing. So I think post him leaving, what I remember is statues of Prabhu started appearing in temples, right? Lifelike images. Because the mourning period, I mean, essentially for me, if you analyze it, is the whole of the movement went into mourning for this individual because they didn't know what to do, right? So they created these life-size images and started worshipping in front of it, and even to this day, I think the manor house that he used to live in, there is a room there. I mean, this is amazing. There is a room there that is cleaned every day. His diary pages are turned over every day, and the itinerary that he followed is actually exposed every day because spiritually he still lives on. This is fascinating because to me, this is man worship. I mean, I know he was Krishna incarnated, but it's like
no, he wasn't Krishna incarnated. He's a devotee of Krishna.
The original,
and he's worshipped as a devotee. So worshipping devotees is considered to be quite a high thing. Like when Prabhupada was here, he was also worshipped. He was worshipped as a devotee, and this is pleasing to Krishna because just like if you look after someone's children well, or you please their dog, the parent or the owner of the dog is also pleased. Because Krishna is very happy when we glorify his devotees.
I misspoke. I didn't mean to misrepresent.
And the right context.
I
When you say
misspoke.
worship, is that different to the worship of Krishna?
So the Sanskrit word is puja, and you offer puja to your parents. Like the idea of worship in the Indian context, it's quite liberal. It just means offering honor, offering respect. It's not and I know in Christianity they have this word adoration. You only adore things that are God proper. You don't adore anything else. So we don't quite have that so much, but you need to have the correct philosophical understanding. So when I'm worshiping Krishna, I'm understanding this is God. When I'm worshiping Srila Prabhupada, I'm understanding this is God's pure devotee.
Okay, that's interesting. Is it true that if is there anything like an unforgivable sin in Hinduism or in Hare Krishna?
So nothing is unforgivable in the fatalistic eternal sense. But there are sins that are more egregious than other ones. But everyone can be reformed sooner or later.
Disrespecting the guru or your parents.
Yeah, disrespecting the guru is one of the really bad ones. So disrespecting Krishna is actually not as bad as disrespecting the guru. Like there's all sorts of stories of people who hated Krishna, like King Kamsa. He hated Krishna. All he wanted to do was kill Krishna. And he got liberation. Why? Because he was constantly thinking about God 24/7, and that purified him.
But that's in a bad way.
In a bad way, still. It's not recommended, but still, even if you're constantly meditating on God, even in a bad way, your mind is still purified. That's how powerful God is.
So hold on. Is there a concept of sin in Hinduism?
So I mean, you could talk about the word karma, or we could talk about the word aparad. So karma is just materialistic.
For that question, we need to define the word sin. Right?
Yeah.
Because
let's do that.
So sin for us is when you go against a command of God. Because God has commanded you do this, and you don't do it.
Disobedience to God, basically.
Disobedience God. This is what a sin is. Now, in Islamic theology and the revelation that we have, there are different kinds of sin. There are different levels of for example, if you sort of, I don't know, accidentally step on somebody's toe, is it a sin? Yes, but it's a very, very, very small one. If you do it intentionally, it's a slightly bigger sin, right? Right, because you meant to hurt them. But if you then, do something worse than that, and the worst punishment, of course, in the material sense, is to take another life. Now, the worst possible sin, and this is in Islamic context, the worst possible sin is to attribute what Allah has in anything that God has to something else and worship that. So Allah is the most knowledgeable. If you say, well, actually, that AI computer over there is the same as God, you've just now attributed something that God has to something material. That is the unforgivable sin. And in Islam, we call that having a partnership with God, building a partnership with God. This is the worst, and it's the one sin that is unforgivable. If you die having done it, and you don't repent and knowingly come back, right? So we do have this concept of small, minor, medium, and an unforgivable sin. What is your concept? Do you have anything there?
So, I mean, that was interesting. There's the 10 offenses against the holy name, which some of which relate to that. But first of all, just more broadly on sin. So this idea that sin is when you disobey God, that would tie onto the idea of karma. So there's good karma and there's bad karma. But anytime you're not directly under the shelter of God, you're earning karma. And good karma and bad karma are compared to wet stool and dry stool, or iron handcuffs or gold handcuffs. Both of them bind you to this material world. If you have good karma. Did you wait? What? 1 second.
That's okay. No, it's fine.
No, what? Sorry, I should gotta find the window and mute myself.
It's fine.
That's okay. That's fine. That's fine. Yusuf has this all the time, by the way, so it's okay. Yeah. From what I've seen, brother. I mean, I've only watched you, so. But I mean, just while it comes back, I think the question really on sin is important, because sin is what actually is judged at the end of the day, Arjuna, and this is what I mean, at the end of the day, the goal is to. I mean, we all sin every day. We know this, but we need to have as few of them as possible at the end of the day. Right, because that's where the original judgment is going to come in. That's why it's important for us to discuss this.
Oh yeah, so I'm back now. So yeah, karma. So basically, you're earning good or bad karma, regardless of whether it's good or bad, so long as you're not directly taking shelter of God. As soon as you directly take shelter of God, then it's just like if you're working for a company and you're just doing whatever the boss tells you to do. Even if the company loses money, you don't lose any money, or you don't get in trouble because you just are simply following instructions. You're just carrying out your duty. So similarly, if you're following out God's instructions, you don't earn any karma. But this is a bit different from the idea of sin, because karma is it's binding you whether it's good or bad. It's just when you're on the spiritual straight and narrow that you're not getting out of that. But then there's also offenses. So the Sanskrit for this is aparad, and this is understood as things that are impediments to bhakti, things that block your progress on the spiritual path. And it can be like, one analogy for it is that you earn spiritual credits, like money going into your bank account. The Sanskrit's punya. And the offenses are things that freeze your bank account. So your spiritual credits are not lost. You just can't access them. And in a future birth, eventually you'll become free of the reaction to that offense, and you can access them again, and then you can spiritually progress from the level you were up to. So any spiritual progress you make is never lost. You can lose access to it. And then, so some of the offenses you mentioned are related to so there's 10 offenses to the chanting of the holy name of God, and the chanting of the holy name is the Yuga Dharma, the way that you make progress. So one is to blaspheme the devotees who've dedicated their lives to propagating the holy name of the Lord. So criticizing devotees, that includes criticizing the guru. That's considered the worst. To consider the names, the demigods like Lord Shiva or Lord Brahma are to be equal. So this is related to that what you said earlier, kind of like idolatry, treating something that's not God as if it's God. That's the second offense. And then third is to disobey the orders of the spiritual master. Fourth is blaspheming the Vedic literature or literatures in pursuant to the Vedic version. And then there's various more. And then one of them that is especially bad is to chant the holy name thinking I'm going to get free of my karma while continuing to commit karma. So you do something bad thinking, it's okay, I'll just chant Hare Krishna tomorrow and then I'll be fine. That's a really bad offense.
Yeah, we have a concept like that as well.
Oh, that's called, that's 7, to commit sinful activities on the strength of the holy name.
Okay. All right. So I think the summary there is in the way that we understand sin, there is no similar concept there. What you have is this idea of good action and bad action, but you're not really accountable at the end of the day, because we are held accountable. What you're saying is, if I take the analogy that you mentioned there, which is if you're the CEO of the company, you hire somebody, as long as they're in the company and they do a reasonably good job, then they get a chance the next time round, even if the company goes under, to come back in and be an employee again, to be a better employee next time round. And they get as many goes as they want eventually to do this, and eventually they get moksha, which means everybody will eventually get moksha, even if it's 1,000,000 lifetimes.
Yeah, everyone's eventually saved.
Okay, this assumes the B theory of time, Yusuf.
Sorry,
if the B theory of time is true, then this is true. But it's also beyond the B theory of time, because it's B theory of time with A theory of time in small. Right?
Yeah, so I sort of hold that if there is a B theory, that B theory even necessitates an A theory.
Yes, which is what they have here.
Yeah, because you have to still explain how we have an experience of time.
And change. Exactly.
Because we're experiencing change. Yeah. And what it ends up being is you have creation as being like a B theory block, and you have the God above that in some way, and he's experiencing it. I don't even know how I'm supposed to word this, and you've got the life of a person that goes through this B theory block, kind of like a current through a wire.
Yeah.
And so you can have B theory, and it doesn't negate A theory.
Well, it doesn't. So the way I would say this is, look, in Allah's knowledge, Allah knows everything at once.
Yeah.
Right. So there is no past, present, future for Allah. Right. So He already knows. We, in our existence, live the A theory of time, because this is how we can experience these moments.
Yeah.
So this is where the concept qadar comes in, where if Allah knows, then the whole issue around that discussion. But Allah already knows and is aware, but He doesn't force you to do any of it. There is no compelling, right there as such. Now, in the Hindu tradition, what happens is, or what I understand, and again, I don't want to go to Rami again, but he had this idea of this oscillating universe. And the challenge with that is, if you have an oscillating universe, and it says the leftover karma from the last time round then seeds the next oscillation. The problem you have that is we know from, if you rely on physics as being the key thing here, which is what he relied on, is entropy each time. There's not enough to be able to kickstart the next one, which is eventually this whole thing will die down. And if it's been going on infinitely long, it means it should have already died down. And it hasn't. And the very fact that it hasn't means that it hasn't been going on for an infinite amount of time. So there's actually a flaw in the argument there fundamentally. But I don't want to go down that road.
That's actually nowhere in the Vedas.
And it's not in the Vedas, exactly.
It's just something they made up as new Vedanta, like Arjuna said.
The Vedas talk about cyclical time. Cyclical time is something that
the cyclical time is there, but the pulsating universe thing is not there.
Annihilations and disruptions, and it could be that when scientists see that the universe is expanding, what they're seeing is we're in an expansion phase and we'll be in a contraction phase later, because it's described Mahavishnu lies on the causal ocean. When he exhales, multiple universes come out of the pores of his body. When he inhales, they go back in again, and that the time scales get smaller and smaller. So what's one exhalation for us is 100 billion years or something.
So, have you heard of Nietzsche's eternal return?
No, maybe, but I don't know.
I was just wondering, because you talk about time being cyclical. So Nietzsche, he might have been influenced by Hinduism slightly with it, but he had this idea. It's called the eternal return. And what it was is basically he would say that everything that could ever happen would happen, and then all possibilities would be exhausted, and then it would just begin again. And it's not necessarily clear that he was making it as a case for what actually happens. It was sort of connected to his concept of the Übermensch, that if he wanted you to live in a way that if you were to have to repeat your life, that it would be one that you would will, and you would be happy to do again. But I'm sort of making a connection here, and I'm wondering if there is one between this idea of just sort of, when you say time is cyclical, is it that everything repeats again? That eventually all possibilities are exhausted, and then we go back to square one and do it all over again? Is that what you mean by cyclical?
So the way I've heard it described is not quite like that. It's like, I'm not. If I say I am a good Hare Krishna and I go back to Godhead in this lifetime, I'm not going to come back and live the same lifetime again. After that, I'm always a pure devotee. Somebody else may fall out of the spiritual world and live a life somewhat like mine, and kind of the Kali Yuga rolls around and they become a Hare Krishna and start a YouTube channel and call it something like Theology Unleashed. Like every Kali Yuga, there's going to be a restaurant, something like KFC, that, according to Hare Krishna lights, makes this sinful product of violence food. And it might not be the same dude that does it every time. It might not be called KFC, but there's going to be something like fast food every Kali Yuga.
Okay, so it's not the timeline coils back.
It's like seasons, like the spring, fall, summer,
so the time's
fall, winter. There's Kali Yuga. There's Satya Yuga. There's 4 yugas. There's so many cycles of 4 yugas that go on in a day of Brahma. Then there's a night of Brahma where there's a partial devastation, and then there's another day of Brahma where there's a partial creation. And then at some point there's the end of Brahma's life after 100 years of Brahma's life, where it goes on like this. And then there's a complete devastation. The entire material universe is wound up. Then there's a length of Brahma's life with nothing in the material world. The spiritual world is still untouched. And then it goes around again and starts off again. So that's cyclical, but the jivas occupying this universe change.
Right. So this is not like replaying the movie again, right? This is actually a different movie each time.
Yeah, it's just like next time summer comes here, I'll be a little older.
No. What I'm saying is it's not like putting in the same sort of movie and just replaying it over and over and over again. It's actually a different movie every single time.
Yeah.
But the storyline broadly will be the same storyline.
So another movie comes out, but it follows the same plot. There's like whatever the structure is of a movie.
So there is an a theory of time there, because each time it's different, right? It's not just a cycle. Because if it's a cycle, it means it follows exactly the same path again.
Oh, I don't mean that it circles back again and this moment occurs again. I mean, that's like just like summer and winter, a cycle, spiral, that kind of thing. Yeah, spiral, yeah.
But it's still linear, isn't it?
But it would be in that case. But there is moving forward in something which is differences of each. Anyway,
moving forward in time.
I wanted to ask as well. I don't feel like when I asked my question that you addressed it. When I said how the tradition itself allowed for the problems that you mentioned, the modern problems with this whole attempt to sort of make it one and evangelicalize, etc., and be like the Christians.
Oh, you mean the problem with the organizational structure not having been laid out?
No. It being evangelical, because Hinduism was never evangelical, but Isckon is.
So you were mentioning that there was no real way of saying what Hinduism was traditionally, that you had different groups of people and they would disagree and things like that, but it wasn't like a cohesive religion as Hinduism is sort of portrayed today. And
so you could say this is the Brahma Madhva Gaudiya Sampradaya. So Lord Brahma heard from Krishna these teachings. He passed them on in cyclic succession. One of his disciples was Narada Muni. Narada Muni taught so many people. One of the disciples somewhere down the chain is Madhvacharya. You go further down the chain and you have Sri Chaitanya, and then there's a few other acharyas since then, and we have Srila Prabhupada as our most recent teacher. And this is the chain. So we are the Brahma Madhva Gaudiya Sampradaya. So we're in common. There's a lot of other Madhva Sampradayas that we're in common with. And there's certain things that you'll say, this is the Madhva Sampradaya. There's certain things they believe in. And it's just, like the other Hare Krishna that popped on was saying there's a progression. So there is increasing revelations at different points in time. And there is some aspect of proselytizing, of evangelizing in history. Like, I think it was Ramanujacharya who had a guru that taught him a mantra. He said, you can't teach this to anybody. And he's thinking, this is going to benefit humanity. This is going to liberate people from the material world. And you're saying I have to keep it quiet. And he couldn't handle that. He just went out on the rooftop and shouted it out and shared it with everybody.
Ram Dass?
Yeah, I know Ram Dass, yeah.
Yeah, he did a similar thing where he was told not to sort of go away and talk about this.
He's in one of those schools that's sort of atheistic and personalistic.
Yeah, because I was going to ask you, where do you think because he was like one of my major sort of insights into, I guess, whatever I thought Hinduism was 15 years ago or something.
He was a disciple of Neem Karoli Baba. I'm not too familiar with exactly what Neem Karoli Baba taught, but I think he was one of those Indian gurus who told people he was God. That kind of Advaitavad, like we're all God and we've just forgotten and I'm God and I'm here to remind you that you're God, that sort of thing. But really, when you ask them what they mean by God, they talk about Buddhism, or they speak like a Buddhist.
Yeah, because it's very new age, what he was following. It's like a mishmash of everything and perennialism and
it's a version of Hinduism that lends itself quite well to that kind of pseudo spiritual hodgepodge thing. I mean, I've seen it before in Indian houses where they have everybody on their altar. They've got it, Jesus, Krishna, Ganesh, Jimi Hendrix,
Donald Trump,
Elvis.
Yeah.
All right. So I think it's a great moment to wrap up here. I think so. Arjuna, thank you so much for jumping back on.
Great
cool.
Yeah, thank you.
And we'll arrange another one again soon.
Yeah, I really want to speak to you again. I've got loads of stuff I want to.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you guys are really thoughtful and interested. Yeah, not at all. Like someone was emailing me saying they're gonna start debating you, and it's like obviously not what you guys are like.
Fantastic.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you for joining and
all right,
being
brilliant. Well,
civil
take
as well.
care.
Yeah, I'll try to find some other Hare Krishnas that might be interested too. There's people who are better scholars than me.
Yeah, that would be great. Yeah, thanks a lot, Arjuna.
Cool. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Cheers. Bye.
Enjoy your day. Bye bye.
Okay, brothers. Let's.
Let's wrap up.
Let's say farewell. Second time.
I don't know why.
This time for real. Inshallah.
All right. Jazakallah khair. Inshallah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك سبحانك اللهم أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمد رسول